Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If. This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku had the ultimate enhancement quirk. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Izuku turned 4 years old and was not like the other children. He was far smarter than his peers and could see and hear things others could not, sensing events at great distances. He and his mother were on their way to the hospital to learn whether he had a quirk and, if so, what it enhanced. Inko asked if he was nervous as she looked at him. Izuku replied that he was and that he hoped for a cool quirk like the one Bakugo had. Suddenly Izuku jumped from his chair and announced that someone was coming, just before the doctor entered. Inko was still unaccustomed to Izuku being able to sense a person arriving before they actually appeared. The doctor called Izuku for his turn. Izuku ran to the doctor and was taken for a scan. After a short wait, the doctor returned with both good and bad news. The doctor explained that Izuku did indeed have a quirk. It was called Enhance. The problem was that the scans could not determine precisely what his quirk enhanced. The doctor said Izuku would have to learn its specifics as he grew, but for now the quirk was identified as Enhance. Back home, Inko asked whether Izuku had noticed any differences between himself and other children. Izuku said it was hard to pick one thing. Everything felt different to him. He explained that he could see, hear, and smell things others could not and that he ran faster and longer than other kids without tiring. Inko considered this and suggested that his quirk might enhance his senses, his body, and perhaps his intelligence as well. She wondered if that was why the doctors could not pinpoint a single enhanced attribute. Izuku became excited at the thought and imagined that with such abilities, he might become a hero. 12 years later, at 16, Izuku decided to try to enter UA High School's hero course. He had trained intensely during those years. His body had gained muscle, his senses had been refined to the point that he could detect who was nearby even with his eyes closed, and his reflexes had become exceptionally fast, allowing him to make split-second judgments. He felt proud of how much he had developed. Standing in front of UA, Izuku greeted Bakugo. Bakugo told him, somewhat nervously, to stop doing that because it unnerved him. Izuku smiled innocently in response. Bakugo walked inside, and Izuku moved to compose himself, but he tripped. He thought ruefully about how, despite everything being enhanced, he could still stumble over his own feet. Then something grabbed him. A tentacle wrapped around Izuku, but he noticed it in time. A boy with black hair stepped forward and revealed he had been the one to catch Izuku, looking a little shy as he did so. A blonde student nearby commented that Tamaki was a little shy around new people and wished Izuku luck before moving on. Izuku thanked Tamaki for saving him. Inside the testing area, Izuku unconsciously took a seat beside Bakugo. They discovered they were assigned to different sections of the exam. The goal was to earn points by disabling robots, which were classified from level 0 to 3. As they approached the exam field, Izuku took close note of his surroundings and quickly located where the robots were positioned. When the exam began, Izuku sprinted in at high speed toward the largest cluster of robots, where 5 level 3 units stood. He swiftly disabled one and narrowly avoided an attack from behind. He used a heel kick to stagger another robot and intercepted a punch, pulling the robot off balance and rendering it inoperative. Only 2 remained. The teachers watched closely, impressed by Izuku's speed, skill, and the way he had immediately identified and engaged the group. In one fluid motion, Izuku disappeared from the camera's view and reappeared after executing a precise, disabling strike on a robot, then used that machine as a launching platform to propel himself toward the next target. Later he noticed someone surrounded by multiple robots and immediately moved to intervene. He arrived in time to block a coordinated assault, holding off 3 robots with a single arm and following with a powerful kick that sent them scattering and took them out of the fight. Izuku checked that the person he had saved was all right. The long man with black hair explained that his quirk was speed but that it sometimes backfired when he fell. The man introduced himself as Tenya Ida. Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya and reached out to shake Ida's hand. Ida suggested they continue the exam and talk afterward, and they separated to continue the trial. Izuku found another large group of robots and engaged them, then suddenly heard a low rumble and ran toward the sound. Izuku arrived at a large group of people just as a giant robot appeared and buildings began collapsing. Most people fled in fear, treating the robot as a low-priority threat, but Izuku stayed when he heard someone groan in pain. He saw a girl on the ground with her leg trapped under debris and ran to her. The robot swung a massive punch as he approached. Izuku blocked it with his arms, the impact cracking the ground beneath him. The girl watched in amazement as he pushed the robot back and quickly freed her leg. She said she thought she was all right but that her leg felt broken. Izuku lifted her in a bridal carry and leaped away before another attack reached them, and the girl thought he had dodged the strike without even looking. Izuku set her down briefly and told her he would return, then ran toward the robot. He used 2 intact buildings to gain height, jumped to the robot, and moved across its fingers to avoid being grabbed. He sprinted toward the head, leapt, and delivered a powerful punch. The robot reeled and then began to break apart in dramatic, non-graphic bursts of light and sparks before collapsing into a ruin of smoking metal. When Izuku returned to the girl, he knelt on one knee and asked if she was hurt aside from her leg. She said she was fine otherwise and praised his speed and power. Izuku explained that it was thanks to his quirk, though he quietly held back the full force of his strength. He lifted her again and walked her out of the training ground toward medical help. A small woman arrived and Izuku asked if she was the nurse. The woman confirmed and asked if the girl was injured. Izuku said the girl had broken her leg and that otherwise she was all right. The nurse leaned in, kissed the girl's forehead, and began the healing process using her quirk. Izuku mentioned that he had heard of Recovery Girl and her ability to accelerate healing. Recovery Girl noted that he seemed well-informed and gently reminded him that standing around on the field could cost him points. Izuku responded that the girl's safety had to come first and that leaving someone injured for the sake of points was not the behavior of someone who wanted to be a hero. Recovery Girl agreed and observed that incidents like this happened every year, with more people getting hurt or perhaps the exams simply growing more difficult. The girl, blushing, asked to be put down. Izuku set her down gently and she introduced herself as Achiko Uraraka. Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya. Mike announced that time was up. Achiko worried aloud that she had cost Izuku points, but Izuku reassured her that helping someone in need was more important than earning points. He hoped his own destruction of several robots would earn enough points, and in any case he was glad he had been able to save someone. As Izuku walked toward the gate, a piece of white cloth flew at him from behind and he dodged it without looking. He turned to see a figure cloaked in black with a white scarf and a small creature perched on the person's shoulder. Both the figure and the creature were smiling. Izuku nodded and continued on his way. After some walking, he met Bakugo and asked how he had done. Bakugo admitted he was still surprised by Izuku's repeated daring, but said he had done well and asked about Izuku's own performance. Izuku said he had done pretty well. Bakugo commented that Izuku's quirk made it unsurprising he might be accepted to UA, and Izuku returned the compliment. They walked part of the way home together before going separate directions. At home, Izuku told his mother how the exam had gone, how he had destroyed many robots and rescued 2 people, omitting that he had been tested by someone. His mother, Inko, beamed and told him she was proud and that he had done great. A few weeks later, Izuku received a letter from UA. A video opened and All Might appeared on the screen. All Might introduced himself as one of the new teachers at UA and as a judge who had been watching the exam. He said he had been impressed by Izuku's display of power, speed, skill, and judgment, and that it was the first time anyone had acted as Izuku had during the entrance exam. Another voice interrupted to signal that time was running short, and All Might promised to continue the conversation later. All Might then announced that Izuku had scored 75 points and had earned enough to be accepted to UA. All Might explained that there was more. Right after the exam a girl had shown up and said she wanted to give Izuku some points because she felt responsible that he had not been able to gain any more. All Might continued that not only had Izuku gained enough points to be accepted, he had also rescued 2 people in need and inspired others. UA could never deny someone like that. He detailed the scoring. Izuku had gained 75 points from destroying the robots, and the rescue efforts added 100 rescue points, bringing his total to 175 points. Izuku reacted with astonishment. All Might welcomed IzukuxNejire to UA High School and explained that from now on Izuku would live with his classmates in the dorms a few minutes from the school, and that the first school day would be in 1 week. The message ended, and Izuku ran downstairs to tell his mother the news. Both of them were beyond happy. Inko made Izuku's favorite meal, katsudon, to celebrate. Izuku called Katsuki Bakugo and learned that Bakugo had been accepted as well. They agreed to see each other at UA. The week passed quickly and the first day of school arrived. When they arrived, they were shown to the dorms and given a map with the layout and the room assignments. Izuku placed his things in his room and decided to unpack after school. He went to his classroom and immediately heard arguing. He did not need to think to know it would be Bakugo. He opened the door and confirmed what he had expected. Bakugo had his feet on the table while Ida lectured him. Someone behind him called his name, catching him off guard. He asked Uraraka about her leg. She said it was fine and thanked him for bringing her to Recovery Girl. Izuku suggested they sit down because he thought the teacher would start soon, and Uraraka followed his indication toward the floor. Uraraka then noticed a man lying on the floor in a sleeping bag. The man stood and said his remark had saved him some time. He introduced himself as their homeroom teacher, Shoyuda Aizawa, and instructed them to grab their P uniforms and meet him outside. Uraraka asked whether they should introduce themselves first. Aizawa explained that at UA the teachers taught as they saw fit and they could introduce themselves after class or back at the dorm. He walked off, and everyone quickly changed into their uniforms. Aizawa explained that he would be testing them to see how they handled their quirks and whether they had potential to become heroes. He called Bakugo forward and handed him a ball, asking how far he could throw it in junior high. Bakugo answered that he had thrown it about 79 meters. Aizawa told him to throw it now and to use his quirk, as long as the ball stayed within the circle. Bakugo shouted and threw the ball. The tracker registered a distance of 735 meters. A girl with an unusual appearance commented that this was actually kind of fun. Aizawa warned that the person in last place would be considered someone without potential to be a hero and would be expelled. Everyone reacted with shock except Bakugo, who did not seem to care about expulsion, and Izuku. The tests continued and Izuku performed well, securing first place in the early challenges. Now came the ball throw, and Izuku knew he could not beat Uraraka, who had managed an effectively infinite result by using her quirk. Izuku picked up the ball and made a throwing movement but held it, looking toward Aizawa. Aizawa asked why he was not throwing. Izuku replied that he had noticed Aizawa trying to do something. Aizawa confirmed that he had attempted to erase Izuku's quirk. Aizawa asked why Izuku had held back during the entrance exam, and Uraraka reacted with disbelief as she realized the scope of Izuku's power from her close view during the earlier display. Izuku nodded and Aizawa asked him to show his true power. Izuku agreed. He said that he did not think erasing his quirk would work, but Aizawa could try. Izuku explained that his quirk was not an on-off power but an enhancement that affected his senses, body, and intellect. He had trained for years to build those abilities, and he had never been able to switch the enhancement off. Aizawa used his erasure, and Izuku threw the ball. The erasure had no effect, and the tracker displayed 2,479 meters. Aizawa asked why his erasing had failed. Izuku explained that his enhancement was a trained, persistent state rather than a simple activatable quirk, and that while his power and speed came from training, the quirk itself allowed him to reach that level. Aizawa acknowledged that this was valuable information. Aizawa asked one more question about the binding cloth used at the entrance exam. He had expected to catch Izuku with it. Izuku explained that he had trained his senses to the point where he could perceive people and objects around him through a combination of smell, sound, and touch. If his eyes were closed, he said, it was like seeing a map of figures in his head. Aizawa was impressed. The tests continued. Mineta ended up in last place, which Bakugo mockingly called a childish nickname. Aizawa then admitted that he had lied about the expulsion rule. Everyone reacted with surprise again except for Izuku and Bakugo. Uraraka asked why the two of them were not shocked. Izuku noted that Aizawa had told them to give it their all, and he observed that Bakugo, as usual, did not seem to care. Bakugo grinned and agreed with the sentiment. Aizawa dismissed the class and asked Izuku to stay for a moment. He led Izuku down the corridor and knocked on the third year's classroom door, telling him to wait. After a short time, Aizawa returned with 2 students at his side. Izuku recognized them and greeted them with pleasure. Mirio introduced himself and the other as Tamaki Amajiki, and Izuku returned the introduction as Izuku Midoriya. Aizawa then explained that he had asked Izuku to come because he wanted to request his help for a mission. Izuku repeated his surprise at being asked on his first day, and Mirio echoed the question, noting that Izuku had only just arrived. Izuku confirmed that he had only just begun at the school. Aizawa calmed them and said he had been watching since the entrance exam. At first he thought they needed Izuku's quirk, but he now realized they needed Izuku himself. Tamaki asked what Aizawa meant. Izuku explained his quirk, Enhance. He described how it amplified everything: his senses, his awareness, and his body. With his eyes open he could sense his surroundings, and with his eyes closed he could perceive things clearly in his mind. He could hear, feel, and see details others could not, and he could detect farther than most. He had trained his body to convert that enhancement into speed and strength. Even if Aizawa erased his quirk, Izuku said, the physical abilities he had built through training would remain. Mirio commented that such a power would be very useful. Tamaki asked whether his internal organs were affected. Izuku said his lung capacity was larger than normal. He had rarely been ill, and his enhancement had increased his tolerance to heat and cold. Mirio smiled and admired the abilities. Aizawa then outlined the mission and asked if Izuku would accept. Izuku said that, although he had been surprised, he would gladly help anyone he could with his power. They walked toward the principal's office. Principal Nizu greeted them and acknowledged that Izuku had accepted Aizawa's offer. Nizu warned up front that the mission would be dangerous and that a confrontation might be unavoidable. When Izuku asked if it was a rescue, Mirio confirmed it was. He explained that Tamaki and he were part of the Big Three and that the third member, Nejire Hado, had been kidnapped. They had tried to rescue her but had barely escaped when the kidnappers attempted to use Nejire as bait. Mirio said they needed Izuku's help. Tamaki elaborated on why the Big Three could not handle it alone. First, the enemies were extremely quiet and made nearly no noise, making them hard to detect. Second, they were unusually strong. Tamaki described them as large dark forms with bizarre, unsettling heads. When one of them detected someone, it emitted a strange, piercing call that brought all the others to attention. Their strength was not to be underestimated, but Tamaki said Izuku's sensing ability could help them avoid detection, and Izuku's speed might allow him to move away before they noticed. Izuku considered the situation, then agreed to help. Mirio and Tamaki bowed and asked him to save Nejire. Izuku firmly stated that he would not be scared off and that he would help, but he also set conditions. He asked for a communicator so he could reach them or warn them if he noticed something, and he requested that they stand ready on standby. If he succeeded in rescuing Nejire but the situation turned dire, Izuku said he would draw the enemy's attention so Mirio and Tamaki could take Nejire away. Tamaki expressed concern about the enemy's power and speed, asking if Izuku was sure he could handle it. Aizawa and the others listened as Izuku prepared himself for the mission ahead. Izuku explained that even if enemies pursued him after he rescued her, he could keep her safe, but he would need Mirio and Tamaki to take her away once he had her. He added that to be able to defend and fight back he would have to rely on their help, and those were his requests if they went through with the plan. Mirio and Tamaki looked to Aizawa. Aizawa told Izuku that they would help, but he had to promise to come back safely since he did not want to ask for help on a first-day rescue mission only for Izuku to be lost. Izuku answered that if there was one thing he trusted, it was his speed, and everyone nodded. Izuku asked when they would act. Mirio said they would go that night. Aizawa noted that nighttime made it harder for their opponents to see and that Izuku would have the advantage because he could sense them. Aizawa added that they would gather at UA's front gate at 8, and he would explain everything to the class the next day. Tamaki told Aizawa that their class already knew about it. Izuku asked Aizawa what he should say if anyone asked where he was going. Aizawa replied that Izuku should tell them Aizawa had asked him to meet, and that Aizawa would explain everything the next day. School had ended, and Izuku decided to spend time with Mirio and Tamaki to get to know them better. Izuku asked about their quirks. Tamaki explained that he could transform parts of his body into whatever he had eaten that day. He mentioned that he had eaten sushi the day of the entrance exam, which was why he had been able to use tentacles to catch someone before a fall. Mirio described his quirk as permeation. He could pass through anything, but it was dangerous because his eyes could not see light and he could not draw breath while permeating. Izuku complimented both quirks and told Mirio that he must have worked hard to master his. He said that once he gained more experience he wanted to spar with them, and he extended his fist in a friendly challenge. Mirio and Tamaki returned the gesture with a fist bump. When Mirio asked if Izuku's enhancement also made his skin thicker, Izuku confirmed that his quirk strengthened his body. He mentioned an incident where a friend's quirk had struck someone else and left that person visibly injured, but Izuku had been unharmed. Mirio responded that it was impressive. They left one another for a while, agreeing to meet that night. Izuku returned to his dorm to unpack. Later, when he came down to the common area, everyone was gathered and Uraraka invited him to join an introduction round. Izuku introduced himself first, and the others followed. They decided to order pizza for dinner. After dinner, Izuku realized it was almost 8. He told the others he had to go and that Aizawa had asked to meet him. Uraraka smiled and wished him a good night. Izuku lied that Aizawa and Nizu wanted to learn more about his power because Aizawa had been unable to erase it that morning. In truth, he was heading to the rendezvous for the rescue. Using his quirk, Izuku moved with a burst of speed and arrived at the front gate just behind Aizawa. Mirio, surprised by the sudden arrival, exclaimed in awe. Aizawa asked if that had been Izuku's full speed. Izuku answered that he could go faster but that this had been fast enough to get there. Aizawa remarked that with such speed he wondered what Izuku might be capable of at full force. Izuku hoped they would not have to find out. Aizawa checked that everyone was ready. Nizu approached and hoped they would succeed in rescuing Nejire. Bakugo appeared, having followed Izuku because he had noticed something different and wanted to know where Izuku had been going. Bakugo demanded an explanation. Aizawa told Bakugo that he had asked Izuku to help with a mission to rescue someone because Izuku's power might be the key. Bakugo warned Izuku not to die because he still planned to beat him and reach the top before Izuku did. Izuku smiled in response. Tamaki observed that Bakugo's words were an odd way to say good luck. Izuku explained that Bakugo was always brash and tended to treat others as rivals or stepping stones. He could be overconfident, but he had real skill, and so far Izuku was one of the few Bakugo truly accepted as a rival. Izuku added that he would put Bakugo in his place when they sparred, and they shared a laugh. Aizawa led them into the dark streets and the group Izuku, Mirio, and Tamaki followed. They boarded a train to another city. Izuku had never been there and only knew they would be on the train for several hours. Aizawa handed each of them a small communicator to wear in their ear, saying that Nizu had arranged them so they could stay in contact if they became separated. Eventually they reached a very large warehouse where Nejire was being held. Izuku asked how far they had gotten inside during previous attempts. Tamaki replied that they had not even reached halfway. They paused and prepared to move forward. He asked how long she had been held, and Mirio explained it had been a few weeks, close to a month. Izuku Midoriya said with quiet confidence that they would get her back and walked toward the building. He tuned his ear communicator to pick up ambient sounds so the team could follow his progress. Izuku managed to slip inside, but the communicator remained silent. Tamaki suggested either the device was malfunctioning or Izuku was making almost no sound. Izuku assured them the communicator was working and sounded hurried on the line. Mirio asked if everything was all right. A faint tick and a small groan registered on the feed before fading. Izuku apologized for the delayed reply and reported a creature had appeared earlier. He was already halfway through the building and, because he could sense them, he could move through more easily if he stayed quiet. Mirio remarked on how quickly Izuku had advanced. Izuku asked the others to hold their positions. He had sensed 2 creatures at first, but now there were at least 4 more. Hidden behind a wall, Izuku concentrated. He could sense that Nejire was still alive but very weak. He could not afford to fail. He moved silently to a door and opened it as carefully as he could, then focused to read the creature's movements. The room was very dark, but as he approached he identified Nejire. Izuku asked if she was Nejire, and she gave a weak confirmation while asking who he was. He introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, a new student at UA who had been asked to help in her rescue. She questioned why he would risk himself to save someone he did not know, pointing out the danger and his status as a trainee. Izuku answered that it was a hero's duty to help those in need and admitted he had simply felt compelled to act. Mirio offered quiet support through the communicator, and Izuku reminded the team to be ready for anything. Nejire asked who he had been talking to. Izuku identified Mirio, Tamaki, and Aizawa as the others assisting him. Nejire's voice grew weaker as she asked about Izuku's quirk and strength. He told her to conserve her energy and that he would protect her. His words seemed to reassure her, and she relaxed enough to listen. He worked to untie the ropes binding her and freed her slowly. When she asked how he had navigated the darkness so well, he told her he would explain once she recovered and instructed her to hold on and not let go. He lifted her onto his back so the others could move faster. A sudden alarm blared and the lights snapped on. Izuku reported that the alarm and lighting were set to activate if Nejire was freed. He told the team to move in and pushed the door open. The group rushed toward them as he carried Nejire out. Izuku warned that things might get rough as he moved through the corridors. He dodged attacks from two creatures and zigzagged through the building until he met Mirio, Tamaki, and Aizawa. As he landed, a creature's fist came at him. He barely avoided it and repelled the attacker. He ordered the others to take Nejire out. Nejire asked about him, and Izuku explained that when he accepted the mission, the plan had been that the others would get her to safety while he ensured their escape. He assured her he would be all right. Aizawa nodded and led the way, carrying Nejire to safety while Mirio and Tamaki readied their quirks in case they were needed. Izuku noticed the creatures shifting course to target their group instead of him and realized they had been ordered to attack Nejire if she escaped. The creatures closed in. One surged past Tamaki and Mirio and prepared to strike Nejire. The pair were not fast enough to intercept, but Izuku stepped in instantly and struck the creature, stopping it in a quick, decisive move that sent it reeling. He struck at every creature that came close, and they suddenly focused their attention on Izuku. Izuku realized they had been ordered to attack Nejire if she escaped and to neutralize anyone who resisted or tried to protect her. Izuku spoke quietly into the communicator, knowing the others would hear him, instructing them to keep moving and get Nejire out because she was too weak. He warned that if they failed now, there might not be another chance. The message sent a chill through the three who had run ahead. Izuku reassured them that he would not let the enemies get past him. Nejire, speaking into Aizawa's communicator, urged them to get out alive and reminded them of a promise to hang out once she recovered, insisting they survive to keep that promise. Izuku smiled and launched into action. He moved with precise, rapid strikes, volleying kicks and counters that sent several creatures reeling. He dodged a punch by springing up from an opponent's arm and drove a knee into its chest, then seized another attacker's arm to deliver a powerful blow and spun to kick it away. One creature was sent flying into a stone pillar. Izuku counted silently that 3 were down and 3 remained. Tamaki's voice came over the communicator, amazed that Izuku was holding his own. Izuku explained that if he had not been able to sense the enemies, he would have been at a severe disadvantage. They attacked from blind spots and coordinated their assaults. 2 creatures struck from the sides. Izuku blocked both and countered the third by knocking its fist aside and landing a spinning kick to its head. He charged at the other 2, sending one through the roof with a headbutt-like maneuver and slamming the other into the ground. As he prepared to declare the situation handled, something struck him from behind. Mirio called over the communicator to check if he was all right. Izuku reported that he was fine but had a problem. He explained that when he first reached them, one of the large enemies had been launched out of the building and had arrived back in seconds, moving with unexpected speed and catching him off guard. The real issue, Izuku said, was that defeating that opponent within the cramped structure could cause the building to collapse, leaving both of them badly damaged. Tamaki asked how Izuku could be so sure. Izuku answered that he had been trying to put distance between himself and the creature using the same speed he had used earlier to arrive at UA's front gate, but the creature had kept up and still found opportunities to attack. Aizawa suggested moving faster, Izuku pointed out that the space was too cramped for extended speed, low ceilings and many stone pillars limited his movements. He urged the others to keep moving while he tried to speed up, nearly colliding with a pillar as he ducked and twisted to avoid another attack. He thought that in an open space he could easily outrun the enemy, but as the other creatures rose again he braced himself and took a step back. Izuku checked their positions. Mirio replied that they had just gotten out and asked how things were on Izuku's end. Izuku said the situation was bad. He was struggling with a large opponent and the other enemies were getting back up. The others went pale at the news. Izuku told Mirio and Tamaki to meet him halfway and instructed Aizawa to hide somewhere with Nejire. They all agreed. Izuku asked if Tamaki could use his tentacle quirk. Tamaki confirmed he could. Izuku outlined a plan. Once he reached them, Tamaki should grab the large enemy with his tentacles. Mirio and Izuku would charge it with everything they had. Tamaki would release at the moment of impact and position himself between the fighters and the door. Izuku would use the release to pull the enemy away and create distance, and Mirio would wait at the last stone pillar to use his quirk. Together they would destroy the pillars to collapse part of the building and by themselves an escape. As he spoke, Izuku barely avoided a heavy punch and saw Mirio and Tamaki rushing toward him. He leapt toward a stone pillar to set the plan in motion. He shouted the signal, and Tamaki shot out his tentacles to seize the creature's arms. Izuku and Mirio charged with coordinated force. Izuku used the enemy's chest as a springboard to launch himself toward the exit and grab Tamaki mid-flight. With momentum and a coordinated strike, they shattered a stone pillar as Mirio demolished another. Izuku and Tamaki flew out of the building, landing on their backs and rolling across the ground while Mirio surfaced nearby. Aizawa emerged with Nejire shortly afterward. Izuku confirmed Aizawa's presence and took Nejire from him, then hurried them back to UA to bring Nejire to Recovery Girl as fast as they could. Nizu was already waiting in his office and expressed relief that they had managed to retrieve her. Izuku placed Nejire on a recovery bed and explained what had happened inside the building. Nizu said they would have to report the incident, but for now he was grateful that Nejire had made it out alive. Izuku admitted he was glad to have helped. He felt that if the rescue had failed, Nejire would have been lost. She had been so weak when he found her that it had been a shock she was even awake. Nizu bowed his head in thanks, and he saw Mirio and Tamaki do the same. Nizu offered his deep gratitude for their efforts. Izuku responded that he was simply glad he could help. Nejire opened her eyes while Recovery Girl treated her. Recovery Girl noted that Nejire had come back safely. Izuku smiled and reassured her that he had promised he'd be all right and would not break that promise. Nejire reminded him that he had promised they would hang out and talk. Recovery Girl wanted Nejire to stop talking and rest. Izuku noticed and told Nejire to rest for now, promising he would not go anywhere and explaining that since he had just joined UA, he would be spending a lot of time there and they would talk once she recovered. Nejire smiled and fell asleep. Aizawa expressed relief that they had managed to save her in time. He glanced at Izuku and noticed the smile that had suddenly shifted into a serious expression. Izuku then asked Principal Nizu a question about All Might's role at UA. Nizu confirmed that All Might was a teacher and asked why Izuku inquired. Izuku stated that he wanted to have a fight with All Might. Everyone except Nejire reacted with surprise at Izuku's challenge. Izuku bluntly affirmed his intention. Principal Nizu asked why he suddenly wanted this, and Izuku said his reasons could not be explained yet. Nizu replied that since Izuku had helped with the mission they would allow it and that he would ask All Might the next day. Izuku thanked him. Before leaving, Izuku told Nejire to take a good rest and that he would see her again. Nejire thanked him. Izuku smiled and told her she did not need to thank him, that he would do it again, then walked away, leaving a smile on her face. Izuku returned to his dorm and thought that he could confirm it for himself the next day. He went to bed, still with a few hours before class. The next morning, his classmates were surprised to see Izuku up so early. Those who had stayed up late had not even seen him return the previous night. They were relieved that he was safe, though Bakugo noticed that something seemed off and decided not to comment. Everyone else went to class while Izuku went to the nursery to check on Nejire. Recovery Girl greeted him warmly and asked if anything was wrong. Izuku explained that he had come to see how Nejire was doing and that she was sleeping for now. Recovery Girl said Nejire was doing better and expressed gratitude that Izuku had gotten her out when he did, noting Nejire would not have held out much longer. Izuku said he was glad he had accepted without hesitation. Recovery Girl asked what had made him go in the first place, pointing out that it had been his first day at UA and a dangerous mission was not something one would expect on the first day. Izuku admitted he did not fully know, only that he had felt he had to go and was glad he did. He added that he did not think Mirio or Tamaki would have survived that situation on their own. His expression turned serious. Recovery Girl told him she suspected he was hiding something, since she had noticed his request to fight All Might and now felt even more certain. Izuku acknowledged that he did know something but could not reveal it yet. He needed to confirm it for himself. When she asked if it had to do with the mission, he nodded. Recovery Girl advised him to be careful. He thanked her and left. Izuku arrived at class just before Aizawa started. Aizawa asked if he was not going to sleep and Izuku said he was fine. Kaminari asked what the two of them had been doing yesterday, and Kirishima mentioned that Izuku had walked off and been gone for hours after suggesting Aizawa might ask him questions about his quirk. Izuku explained that he had said things to avoid raising confusion or questions. Aizawa told the class to be quiet and said he would explain. Aizawa then explained that Izuku had not been with Nizu and him the previous night. Instead, he had been with Aizawa and two other people on a dangerous mission. A student had been kidnapped in a villain attack and trapped for weeks. Despite repeated attempts by Aizawa and two students to rescue the person, they had been unable to get close. After learning about Izuku's power, Aizawa had asked for his help, and together they had been able to save the trapped person. That, Aizawa said, was why Izuku had to leave the night before. The class reacted with praise and admiration for Izuku's actions. Uraraka and others expressed how amazing his effort had been, but Izuku remained lost in thought until Kirishima called to him. Bakugo, unusually, asked what was wrong, surprising the others with the concern in his voice. Aizawa then told Izuku that someone had come for him. As the door opened, All Might entered, having heard there was a challenger. The room erupted in astonishment at the idea that Izuku had challenged All Might. Izuku confirmed his challenge. All Might asked if he was sure and whether he wanted All Might to hold back. Izuku insisted he was not overconfident, far from it, but that he wanted to test his power against the number one hero and could only measure himself if All Might went all out. All Might accepted the challenge, much to everyone's surprise. When All Might asked where they should fight, Izuku suggested the PE grounds because it was an open area and would prevent destruction. All Might agreed. Izuku asked if that was fine, and All Might replied that it was fine. Before he left, Aizawa opened a wall and told Izuku to grab his hero suit. Izuku retrieved his costume Gamma, put it on, and walked toward the physical education grounds where All Might was already waiting. Teachers and students had gathered. Word had spread that someone had challenged All Might and everyone wanted to see it for themselves. Izuku scanned the crowd and spotted Mirio and Tamaki smiling. Beside them, Nejire sat in a wheelchair with Recovery Girl beside her. Nejire noticed Izuku looking, waved with a warm smile, and Izuku returned the smile. All Might also looked toward them and commented that they had quite a crowd. Izuku asked if that bothered All Might and then suddenly became very serious. All Might noticed the change and asked if something had him on edge. Izuku only nodded and told All Might not to hold back and to use his full strength. All Might realized the boy was serious and, out of respect, decided to match him. Mike announced that the match between Izuku Midoriya and All Might would begin. Both launched at each other, their fists colliding and producing a powerful shockwave that rippled through the field. The crowd, including All Might, was stunned when Izuku absorbed the impact and did not get sent flying. Izuku announced that he was just getting started and tried a quick kick aimed high. All Might blocked the kick but was pushed back slightly. With his back briefly turned, All Might feinted and struck toward Izuku, but Izuku immediately flipped back, used All Might's arm for leverage, and delivered a precise kick that sent All Might stumbling forward and onto the turf. Snipe shouted in surprise at Izuku's show of strength, and Aizawa observed the boy thoughtfully. The spectators were impressed, especially Mirio, Tamaki, Nejire, Recovery Girl, and Nizu. Izuku urged All Might to stop holding back, which startled the veteran hero. All Might acknowledged that he had been restraining himself slightly but admitted Izuku was making the match look effortless. All Might apologized for holding back earlier, saying he had wanted to test Izuku without hurting him, but then a charged presence began to radiate from him. All Might decided to use more of his power, and Izuku steeled himself to respond in kind. All Might charged at full speed, and Izuku evaded with quick, fluid movements. The two traded a flurry of rapid approaches and dodges that made them seem to blink in and out of position. Mirio and Tamaki exchanged knowing looks and Nejire asked if they understood what was happening. They both nodded gravely. Izuku challenged All Might to try to catch up and attack at the same time, and All Might rose to the test. At one moment Izuku stopped moving. All Might stood directly in front of him and threw a heavy blow, but before it landed Izuku appeared behind him. When All Might turned, Izuku was back in his original spot in the air and followed with a swift kick that snapped All Might's head back. Nizu observed that Izuku was getting serious. All Might rose and charged with a signature move, but Izuku held his ground. A whirlwind and an explosion of dust and smoke erupted, and when it cleared everyone saw Izuku unscathed, holding off All Might's attack with one hand. He wore a determined, intense expression. Izuku clenched his teeth in frustration, then seized All Might's arm, delivered a heavy body blow, and kicked him into the air before tracking him down with a decisive overhead kick that drove All Might into the ground. All Might hit the field hard. He conceded that Izuku had won the match. The crowd cheered for Izuku, but he sat down with his arms resting on his knees, not smiling. Mirio commented that although Izuku had won, he did not seem happy. Nejire asked what was wrong. All Might got up and noticed Izuku's troubled demeanor. Aizawa approached Izuku and asked what was wrong. Izuku explained that he had wanted to confirm something and explain it, but he could not, and he apologized as he stood and walked away. Nejire asked what had happened and Mirio said he thought he knew but could not explain for certain, which left Nejire a little sad. School resumed, but Izuku remained distant and lost in thought, which concerned Aizawa. Nizu also inquired, but Aizawa did not have an answer. Nizu then announced that the class would travel to the USJ facility in a few days for disaster rescue training. Aizawa added that a few people would be there to help and looked toward Izuku. That look made Izuku realize who would be coming. After school, Izuku wandered the UA grounds, deliberately avoiding classmates and even Bakugo, using his senses to steer clear of people. Mirio suddenly surfaced from the ground and explained that he had been looking for Izuku because Izuku had been avoiding everyone and Mirio wanted to make sure he would not be ignored if he approached normally. Izuku laughed nervously and apologized. Izuku mentioned the upcoming trip to USJ, and Mirio confirmed that he, Tamaki, and Nejire would join Izuku for the training, implying that the three of them would accompany him there. Mirio explained that she was progressing nicely and had insisted on coming. He added that she was very interested in Izuku but had also been worried about him after his fight with All Might. Izuku acknowledged that he had not meant to worry her. Mirio mentioned that she had brought up the promise Izuku had made to hang out with her once she healed and that she wanted to speak with him after the USJ training. Izuku agreed weakly as he walked past Mirio and apologized, saying he had to go and would see him at the... He headed to his dorm and went straight to sleep. Days passed quickly and finally it was time for the USJ training. Izuku remained distant, lost in thought, and his classmates began to worry. Azui asked if anyone else had noticed a difference in Izuku after his fight with All Might, and everyone, including Bakugo and Todoroki, turned to look at him. Aizawa announced their arrival and the class slowly disembarked the bus. Inside the training facility, Pro Hero 13 welcomed them and explained that they would be doing disaster training, with All Might arriving later and additional guests assisting. Mirio, Tamaki, and Nejire then appeared as 13 began introductions. Suddenly a portal opened in the plaza. Aizawa warned that the figures emerging from the portal were real villains. The students watched as villains stepped through, followed by 3 more figures, one of whom was cloaked in black. The atmosphere tightened as everyone prepared to respond. The mist and the figure at the center were covered in hands. When Mirio and Tamaki saw the last newcomer, both of them gasped and stepped back. A gust of wind swept past them. The villain greeted everyone, his voice trailing off as he felt the breeze and turned to find Izuku standing just inches away. Heroes and villains alike were stunned by Izuku's sudden appearance. The villain began to demand who Izuku was, but Izuku launched himself at the figure and struck, sending the attacker flying in a swift, anime-style burst. Aizawa warned Izuku to be careful and dropped down to the scene, followed by Mirio, Tamaki, and Nejire. The villain remarked that someone had broken in to rescue her and admitted surprise at seeing her here again. The Mist then asked Tamura Shigaraki what he intended to do next. Tamura said that since she had not died back there, they might as well finish the job here. Izuku glared at him with mounting anger. Tamura ordered the Nomu to return and take Nejire down as intended. The Nomu suddenly appeared in front of Nejire. Mirio and Tamaki shouted Nejire's name at the same time. But just as the Nomu's attack was about to land on her, everything happened incredibly fast. She suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, Izuku was holding her while staring at the Nomu. Izuku declared angrily that he had not let them do it before and would not let them do it now. If they wanted to kill her, they would have to go through him first. Tamura taunted that there was no need to bother with that when they could simply kill her in his arms. The Nomu reappeared and lunged at them with brutal speed, closing in for an attack. Aizawa watched as Izuku dodged the Nomu's punch. Izuku kept appearing and disappearing around the plaza, evading the creature's attacks with a fluid movement Aizawa recognized as the same style All Might had used. The Nomu stopped, and so did Izuku. Tamura commented that Izuku was not bad and that he would play along for now. Izuku silently told Nejire to get back upstairs. Nejire asked what about him, and Izuku said he would handle it. Nejire stepped back and floated toward the others. Izuku ordered Mirio, Tamaki, and Aizawa to fall back as well. They hesitated, then obeyed. The Nomu lunged at Nejire again, but when it appeared above her, Izuku was already there. He kicked the Nomu away, sending it crashing into a wall. Izuku declared that anyone who wanted to hurt the others would have to get through him first. Tamura commanded the Nomu to finish Izuku. The Nomu reappeared and swung, sending Izuku flying into a wall, but in an instant Izuku had reappeared in front of the creature. Kirishima muttered that it was insane. Nejire asked if there was really nothing they could do to help. Mirio explained that Izuku had told them to pull back, knowing the Nomu would target them to create openings, and that Izuku needed his focus on the fight. Aizawa noted Mirio's familiarity with the creature, and Mirio confirmed that it was the troublesome one. Izuku unleashed a rapid series of controlled strikes. A hard punch to the midsection, a diving knee, a spinning heel strike that connected as he pivoted, and a kick that sent the Nomu flying. He moved with intense concentration. Izuku then demanded to know why they had come. Tamura revealed their purpose. They had come to kill All Might, and the Nomu had been designed to take him on at his prime. Now that Nejire was present as well, Tamura said he intended to eliminate her too. Izuku closed in on Tamura and nearly landed a kick to his face, but the Nomu recovered and struck Izuku in the gut, sending him sprawling. He got back up, shaken but not broken. Tamura remarked that Izuku was a surprisingly tough opponent. Izuku, growing serious, said he had no choice but to go all out and stop them before they could reach All Might or Nejire. Tamura accepted the challenge and ordered the Nomu to stop holding back and kill him. The Nomu reappeared in front of Izuku and they struck at the same time, the impact throwing out a strong gust of wind. The creature then pulled back with a sudden motion, delivered a powerful blow to Izuku's midsection, grabbed his head, and hurled him into the air. Tamura struck Izuku into the ground, creating a small crater, then jumped down onto him while Izuku cried out in pain. Everyone at the school gasped at the sight. Izuku struggled to his feet despite a ripped shirt, a cut on his forehead, and blood at the corners of his mouth. Tamura made a cruel remark about the hostage to provoke him. That provocation pushed Izuku past his limit. He had been barely steady, leaning forward, but at the insult he planted his feet, his expression changing as his focus sharpened. Tamura ordered the Nomu to finish the job. The Nomu threw another punch, but Izuku easily blocked it. He kicked the Nomu upward and vanished. 3 shockwaves rippled through the air from rapid strikes, and the Nomu slammed into the ground as Izuku landed again. Bakugo noted that he had never realized Izuku could be so strong. Aizawa reflected that this was the other side of Izuku he had hoped never to witness, and that he now understood the warnings about what Izuku might become when pushed to extremes. The Nomu rose while Izuku ground his teeth and let out a fierce scream. He unleashed an incredibly fast, powerful barrage in an intense, anime-style flurry of blows. At first the hits seemed to have little effect, but the Nomu began to be driven back. Izuku finished with a resounding battle cry and a devastating punch to the Nomu's chest that launched it through the USJ dome and sent it flying away into the distance. Tamura reacted with fury at the loss of his Nomu. He shouted about the creature's design and capabilities, recalling its intended strength, shock absorption, and regeneration. Kurojiri encouraged Tamura to press the attack while Izuku was incapacitated, arguing that Izuku could no longer move or speak. Tamura and his allies surged forward. Mirio suddenly emerged from below ground and intercepted, striking Tamura in the face. Kurojiri was hit by an energy blast from Nejire as they covered Izuku. At that moment the doors burst open. Ida had managed to get outside and bring the teachers. Snipe opened fire while Ectoplasm created copies that charged forward to assist. The villains withdrew with Kurojiri cloaking their escape, and Tamura warned that they would return. After the villains disappeared, Izuku collapsed to the ground. Everyone called his name and rushed to his side. They placed him in a vehicle and drove him back to UA for medical attention. Recovery Girl assessed him and determined that if his quirk had not enhanced his entire body, he likely would not have survived. Aizawa, Mirio, Tamaki, Nejire, and Principal Nizu arrived and listened as she explained the severity of his injuries and the role his quirk had played in keeping him alive. All Might appeared as well and stood beside Izuku, expressing regret that he had not been there to help. Mirio later explained that he finally understood Izuku's behavior. He described how Izuku had faced a Nomu before and how that experience must have influenced his actions. Mirio suggested that Izuku had been comparing others' abilities to that Nomu and felt he needed to be prepared to confront it if it returned. All Might acknowledged that Izuku had been protecting everyone, and the others agreed that while Izuku had been reckless, his choices had averted a worse outcome. Nejire reached out and smoothed Izuku's hair with a gentle, grateful touch, telling him that he had saved her twice now and urging him to rest and recover because she looked forward to spending time with him once he was well. Izuku opened his eyes, winced, and remarked that it really hurt. Aizawa expressed relief that he was awake. Recovery Girl explained that she had accelerated his healing with her quirk and that although his wounds had closed, he would still feel pain for some time and needed to rest. Izuku offered a weak smile and thanked her, then sat on the edge of the bed and noticed Nejire sitting nearby. She had taken her hand out of his hair when he sat up. She suddenly stood and hugged him. Izuku wondered aloud if she had been so worried about someone she barely knew. She, blushing, explained that he had saved her life twice, and that she felt inexplicably comforted around him, so she asked him to let her hug him. Izuku accepted the hug, feeling better, and returned it with a closed-eye smile. Izuku then asked if everyone was all right and unhurt. Tamaki urged him to think about himself for once, which made them laugh. Izuku recalled punching the Nomu out but not much beyond that. Aizawa explained that Tamura and Kurojiri had charged at him while Mirio and Nejire covered him. Izuku acknowledged that they had saved him. Mirio clarified that they had only moved in after Izuku had handled the Nomu. They had noticed he could not move and protected him quickly. Mirio added that Izuku was the only one with such extraordinary strength to pull that off. Izuku thanked them. Nejire then spoke about how strange she felt around him. She said she felt calm and reassured when he had held her, that she had appreciated his checking on her before class, and that the thought of him getting hurt during the earlier fight had terrified her. Izuku apologized for worrying her, and she accepted the apology and expressed gratitude for his actions. She offered a brief, grateful gesture on his cheek before stepping back. Izuku was surprised and flushed. Nejire explained that the gesture was simply to thank him for saving her twice. He managed a sheepish thank you, and everyone else smiled at the moment. Later, Mirio asked whether the Nomu had been stronger than All Might. Izuku fell silent for a moment and then confirmed that it had been. He described how encountering the Nomu had felt similar to watching All Might in action, and how he had wanted to see for himself whether All Might could handle it. All Might wondered if he would have stood a chance. Izuku explained that, under normal circumstances, pushing to the limit might have given a small chance, but the Nomu had shock absorption and rapid regeneration. In that condition it could have overwhelmed everyone. Aizawa noted that Izuku had still gone after it. Izuku admitted he had gambled on being the best possible chance and that if he had failed they would likely have died, but he felt it had been worth attempting. He winced as a fresh ache ran through him from some hard blows he had received. Recovery Girl expressed relief that he had recovered, and Izuku smiled at her. Nejire asked if he would tell them more about his quirk. Izuku said he did not mind and could explain now, and that they could still hang out later. Mirio asked if he could come along, and Izuku deferred to Nejire. She decided that the hangout would be just the two of them, then brightened. Recovery Girl permitted Izuku to go outside for a while but instructed him to return immediately if he felt weak or dizzy and to stay overnight if necessary. Izuku agreed and slowly made his way to the door. They walked to the park and sat at a picnic table while Mirio fetched drinks and returned shortly after. Izuku thanked him. Mirio smiled and waved off the thanks. Nejire asked how Izuku had discovered his quirk. Izuku explained that, before he knew, he had noticed he understood things more quickly than others his age, and that he was faster and somewhat stronger he had felt a few years ahead. Doctors had said his quirk was an enhancement but could not identify what it enhanced. He had realized it amplified many aspects of his body and mind. He described training for years to build his speed and power, and then deliberately training his senses. He said that with his eyes open he could sense his surroundings. In the dark it was like seeing glowing shapes, and when his eyes were closed it felt like a map showing people and objects. Nejire declared that it was amazing, and Mirio observed that it was not an ordinary ability. Izuku noted that without the quirk he would not have developed the capabilities he now had. Tamaki commented that it had made a difference against the Nomu. Izuku laughed nervously at that. Nejire added that he had been quite fierce earlier, which made Izuku's smile fade. When Nejire asked what had happened to him back then, Izuku admitted that he had been tapping into his true power. Izuku explained that he was already strong, but his true power arrived when he reached a certain state of anger, and that villain had driven him to that state. He said that even then he could direct the power at will and keep himself from doing things he shouldn't, but admitted it remained frightening even to him. Tamaki asked whether Izuku was still able to improve or if he had reached his peak. Izuku answered that he honestly did not know. He had assumed he was very strong and had not pushed to improve, so he was unsure if he could get stronger or by how much. Mirio remarked that it was a good question, noting that Izuku had beaten All Might and defeated a Nomu that had fought like All Might in his prime while also having two powerful quirks. Mirio asked if Izuku would try to improve when the need arose, and Izuku said maybe. Tamaki then asked whether Izuku had a girlfriend, glancing at Nejire, who flushed with a shy smile. Mirio laughed at the reaction. Izuku said he was on his own and scratched his head awkwardly. Mirio teased whether Izuku was interested in Nejire, and Nejire cut Mirio off, telling him to stop. Izuku moved past the awkwardness and asked Nejire about her quirk, mentioning that he had seen her floating at the USJ. Nejire explained that her quirk was Surge. She could convert her energy into spiral blasts. She said they were not particularly fast but could be quite powerful, emphasizing the last part as she looked toward Mirio. Izuku said he wanted to spar with the three of them someday, looking up at the sky. Mirio promised he would take him on, and Tamaki and Nejire nodded in agreement. Izuku grinned and declared he would not fight one-on-one. He intended to face all three of them at once. Mirio asked if he was seriously proposing a 3-on-1 fight, and Izuku affirmed it. Nejire called him insane. Tamaki pointed out that apart from Mirio they were not close to All Might's power, but that the three of them working together could stand a chance. Izuku, determined, said to show him when they fought. Suddenly Izuku felt a jolt run through his body and grabbed his head. Mirio noticed and said it was time to head back. Izuku apologized and said he wished they could have talked more. Mirio reassured him that the year had just started and, since they lived in dorms, they would see each other practically every day, and told Izuku to heal up so they could talk more. They escorted Izuku to Recovery Girl's office and then returned to their dorms. Recovery Girl remarked that he had held out longer than expected. Izuku agreed, saying it had suddenly hurt a lot and that was why he had come back. Recovery Girl advised him to get some rest and said he would be able to rejoin class by tomorrow as long as he took a long rest and a good sleep. Izuku lay down and noticed a plate of food. Recovery Girl mentioned that since he would be staying for the night, she had left him something to eat and that she would be in her room if he needed anything. He thanked her and began eating, enjoying the meal. He hoped he could get back to school the next day, hating to just lie around, and slowly closed his eyes as night fell. A few hours later, when the campus was silent, a warp portal opened in the nurse's office. Several figures stepped through and moved toward Izuku, attempting to inject him with a drag to immobilize him. At the moment they tried, Izuku vanished from their sight. He suspected that Tamura Shigaraki's group had sent someone to take advantage of his weakened state. A voice suggested it would be better to let himself be taken rather than fight them head-on. Izuku said that even weakened he would not go down without a fight and that he might find a way out of the situation. Blue flames suddenly shot toward him. Izuku leapt through a window to avoid them, and the fire ignited, blowing out part of the nurse's office in a dramatic, explosive burst. He wondered why the alarm had not sounded. Normally intruders triggered it immediately. The villains then emerged: Kurojiri from the USJ attack, Dabi, Compress, and a user who specialized in flammable gas. Dabi warned that the gas was highly flammable. Izuku took a fighting stance. Dabi ignited his flames and aimed, but the surrounding gas was ignited and created a massive explosion. When the smoke cleared, Izuku burst out, his shirt singed and his clothes scorched, winded and showing signs of rough impact but still able to move. He noted to himself that he would have to remember to dodge that combination in the future since it amplified the flames and produced dangerous blasts. As he ran, another warp gate opened in front of him and a stream of blue fire erupted. A voice taunted that his prior dodge had been impressive, then tested whether he could dodge another attack. Before he could react, Dabi stepped through the warp gate and struck from close range, sending Izuku flying. He managed to halt his momentum but found himself surrounded again by pockets of gas as a new warp gate fired behind him. He took a defensive stance and absorbed another blast, taking heavy impact but no graphic injuries described. He realized he was now very close to the dorms. Izuku thought that some of them must be able to hear the explosions, and he would have to endure until backup arrived as he panted. His shirt had been blown away and bruises marked his body from two of the strong blasts. He forced himself to calm down and watched every movement closely. The gas user made a small gesture with his hand and Izuku saw gas approaching. Before Dabi and Kurojiri could react, Izuku leapt away to dodge while Dabi attempted to detonate it as Izuku escaped. Smoke swirled from the explosion and multiple warp gates opened around Izuku, pouring gas into the area until he was surrounded. Izuku tried to move clear, but flames ignited the gas with him caught in the middle, producing a massive explosion. Izuku observed that the combination was becoming a real problem. Dabi returned the grin and said they enjoyed using it to break their enemies. Students from the nearest dormitory and their teacher came outside and noticed the scene. The teacher sounded the alarm. One of the villains noted there was a deadline now, and Dabi signaled they should finish this. The gas user raised both hands and for the first time poured gas from both, while warp gates multiplied around Izuku. Izuku swore under his breath and braced for the blast. The explosion belched smoke, and the shock launched Izuku's body into the sky. As Izuku fell through the smoke, Aizawa arrived with several members of Class 1A, along with Nizu and the third years. Aizawa, Mirio, Tamaki, Nejire and Izuku's classmates shouted his name in unison as his body hit the ground. Moments later Izuku groaned and struggled to rise. Dabi asked if he was still going to fight. Izuku panted that he had promised not to go down without a fight. He summoned his strength and charged the gas user, sending the villain flying, but had to dodge immediately as Dabi fired a close-range cannon of flames that he barely avoided. Compress decided to act and held a small ball. He threw it toward Izuku, who jumped away, but the ball ignited when Compress released his quirk and another flame cannon struck Izuku at close range. Izuku dropped to his knees. Their friends moved to help, but a warp gate opened in front of Nejire and another small device came through, glowing ominously. With his last energy, Izuku threw himself between Nejire and the device and was hit again by a powerful blast. He flew weakly through the air and, rather than falling back to the ground, was swallowed by a warp gate. Compress observed that they had taken one of them out and wondered where the gas user had gone. Dabi said they had Izuku and prepared to leave through a warp gate. Nejire reacted in panic and anguish, crying as she knelt. Even Aizawa looked stunned that Izuku had been so badly beaten and taken. Nejire noted that even in such a state, Izuku had protected her. Mirio urged that they had to get him back quickly. Tamaki volunteered to join the rescue, and Bakugo, Kirishima, Nejire, Uraraka, and Ida agreed to come as well. Aizawa cautioned that they did not yet know where Izuku was being held and suggested asking All Might, who might have a lead through a friend. Aizawa said All Might would return in a few hours and asked everyone to wait until then, promising to join the rescue mission and contact All Might's acquaintance. Nejire resolved to save Izuku. Mirio, Tamaki, Nejire, Aizawa, and several members of Class 1A began making plans to locate and rescue Izuku, preparing to ask All Might if his friend could provide information on the villain's hideout. Meanwhile, Izuku woke tied to a chair, his body aching from bruises and cuts after being unconscious for a while. He looked around and wondered where he was. He remembered being knocked out by attacks. The door opened and Tamura walked in and acknowledged that Izuku was awake, commenting that he hoped his comrades had not been too rough. Izuku joked that the Nomu had been rougher. Tamura expressed interest in Izuku's power, calling it interesting, and asked if Izuku would consider joining the League of Villains. Izuku refused, stating that he aimed to become the greatest hero and saw no reason to join them, especially since they had needed multiple attackers when he had been weakened. Tamura suggested that offering a different kind of motivation might change his mind and turned on a television. Izuku was shocked to see his mother on a live feed. Tamura explained that after locating Izuku, they had found a way to motivate him. Izuku, furious and fearful, demanded that Tamura release her. Tamura noted that he had struck a nerve and asked again for Izuku's answer. Izuku looked at him with hatred and refused once more. Tamura left the room, and the live feed continued to show Tamura moving in the background. Izuku shouted for them to leave his mother alone, but no one heard him. Tamura looked at the camera and waved toward Izuku before stepping closer to Inko. Her face went pale as she tried to speak, and Tamura seized her arm. Izuku watched in horror as his mother's form began to break apart like brittle stone and then dissolved into dust that scattered to the floor. Izuku fell to his knees and cried out to his mother as something inside him finally snapped. Rage filled Izuku. He strained against his restraints until he broke free, launching himself backward with enough force to shatter the chair. He tore down the door and strode into a hallway where several villains charged at him. In a blur of motion he intercepted one and punched him hard enough to send him tumbling down the corridor, then used a heel kick to slam another into the wall. Izuku moved through the hall with a serious, soundless resolve. He did not know where he was, but two things were certain. He would escape and he would make them pay for what they had done to his mother. He fought to keep his anger from taking over completely. He still believed a hero could not attack from personal vendetta, only to protect others. He used fury as fuel to push through the pain and find a way out. Dabi ran toward him amid the crashes of the other villains. Dabi unleashed blue flames, and Izuku punched the fire back toward him. Dabi countered with fresh flames, creating a powerful explosion that ignited the building. Dabi taunted him, asking if he had been holding back earlier, but Izuku gave no answer. Dabi charged with a new burst of fire, but Izuku intercepted it with another strike that caused another explosive clash. The sound drew Kurojiri, who had been listening. Before Kurojiri could act, Izuku unleashed a barrage of punches that knocked Dabi unconscious. Kurojiri warped Dabi away, and 6 portals opened around him. 6 Nomu emerged, the same creatures Izuku had fought when he had once saved Nejire. The Nomu surrounded him and charged. Izuku dodged 2 frontal strikes, shoved aside 2 fists, sidestepped an attack from behind and kicked 2 more Nomu away, but the final one connected with a blow. Every time Izuku landed a hit, another Nomu struck back. The fight became a relentless exchange until his patience snapped. He seized one Nomu by the head and drove it through the floor with a forceful strike, then elbowed another and kicked it through the roof. Only 4 remained. One charged from the front. Izuku let it pass and delivered a heavy knee to its midsection and an elbow to the back of its head, rendering it unconscious. 2 more came from the sides. He grabbed their arms and smashed their helmets together before kicking them through a wall. The last Nomu was sent into the air. Izuku followed, brought it down with a crushing kick to the midsection and a final punch to its chest that destroyed the creature. Izuku pushed through the burning building, searching for an exit even as his anger blurred his senses. He spotted 3 figures ahead, each wielding a blade. They turned to notice him. One spoke, demanding to know what he was doing out of his room, but Izuku did not respond. Another shouted about who they were. Spinner declared his own name and identified his companions as the villain known as Grim Reaper and the notorious Stain, the hero killer. The Grim Reaper pressed a scythe at Izuku's neck and ordered him to get on his knees if he wanted to live. Izuku charged, and Spinner met him with a sword to block the attack. The Grim Reaper slashed with the death scythe, and Izuku managed to dodge each swing, though he could see how fast the Grim Reaper was. His body was battered, and he could not hold the strain much longer. Closing the distance, Izuku struck the Grim Reaper hard in the midsection, sending him flying into Spinner and knocking both back. Izuku panted, lowered his guard for the moment, and noted that only Spinner remained. Meanwhile at UA, Aizawa explained to All Might that they needed to find Izuku. He had been kidnapped by villains, and the group had arrived too late to help. Aizawa asked All Might for assistance. All Might, surprised by Aizawa's plea, agreed and suggested they speak with the police to see what help might be available. Aizawa gathered Mirio, Tamaki, Nejire, Bakugo, Kirishima, Uraraka and Ida, and they headed to the police station. Near the station, explosions echoed in the distance. Uraraka asked what that sound was, and Aizawa guessed it was a confrontation between villains and pro-heroes. Aizawa insisted they move quickly to reach Izuku before anything else could happen. Inside the police station, a small television showed aerial footage. A large warehouse, like an abandoned mall, with explosions coming from within. Tamaki asked if he had seen what he thought he saw and said he would need to see it again to be sure. Bakugo recognized the location and realized where it was. The footage went silent for a moment, then a dark figure was thrown out of the building and nearly reached the helicopter. Mirio, Tamaki and Bakugo bolted out the door, and Nejire noticed them running off and hurried to gather the others. They all moved quickly to follow. Stain addressed Izuku, praising him for getting close enough to neutralize an enemy while others were afraid to approach. Stain added that he himself did not share that weakness. Izuku panted that Stain looked like the most dangerous one there, and Stain confirmed it before charging with his sword. Izuku barely dodged, thinking that one wrong move would be fatal. Stain complimented Izuku on his reflexes despite exhaustion. Izuku explained that, after saving his class from a Nomu attack and then protecting a friend from a surprise strike, he had been captured and had to fight his way out, which had drained him. Stain acknowledged Izuku's persistence and said he deserved praise, but reminded him that he had orders to kill any escapee and would have to obey them. Izuku asked if there was any chance he could be spared, and Stain replied that he could not. Izuku closed his eyes to steady himself. Stain tried to take advantage, but Izuku had regained his composure and could sense his surroundings well enough to dodge. Stain threw more knives and closed in. Izuku avoided them, but Stain managed to fling a hidden dagger that grazed Izuku's cheek. As Stain charged again and Izuku opened his eyes, Izuku kicked him in the gut, but Stain's blade slashed Izuku's left arm, leaving it unable to move. Izuku fell to his knees, panting, and admitted how much it hurt. Kurojiri announced that they had backup, and 3 portals opened. 3 Nomu stepped through, different from the first ones. These Nomu used quirks. One produced weapons from his body, the second had flaming arms, and the third was surrounded by electricity. Izuku asked whether there were any more surprises, and Kurojiri said there could be, but doubted Izuku would get past those present given his condition. Izuku accepted his odds and rose to face them, his left arm hanging limply. The weapon's Nomu lunged with a chainsaw-like arm. Izuku kicked it away and spun to kick the Nomu back. The fire Nomu hammered down. Izuku blocked with his right arm but was open to a powerful punch from the lightning Nomu that sent him flying. The lightning Nomu continued the assault, striking from different angles. Izuku tried to counter, but a well-timed blow sent him into the air and the fire Nomu slammed him into the ground, creating a heavy impact. Izuku struggled to rise. He was badly battered, his body showing cuts, burns, and bruises from the relentless attacks. He acknowledged that he was still standing despite everything. The fire and lightning Nomu then combined their powers for a long-range, fused assault. Izuku tried to dodge but collapsed to his knees, unable to escape the oncoming strike. Just before the combined attack hit him, two other attacks streaked past and intercepted it, the explosion sending Izuku rolling away and leaving him sprawled on the ground. The lightning Nomu charged again, but Kirishima suddenly appeared and hardened his body to block the blow. Bakugo then arrived and fired an explosive blast that stopped the Nomu. Izuku, near unconsciousness, managed to recognize them. Uraraka, Aizawa, and All Might arrived soon after. Aizawa assessed Izuku's condition and found him in terrible shape. All Might explained that Izuku needed hospital treatment before he could be taken back to UA for protection. Aizawa ordered Uraraka, Ida, and Kirishima to take Izuku to the hospital while the others held off the villains. Izuku protested that he could not leave them, but Nejire pulled him close and urged him to rest and recover while they handled the situation. Nejire released him and joined the fight. Uraraka used her quirk to make Izuku weightless, and Kirishima carried him on his back as they ran toward the hospital to get him the care he needed. When they arrived, the doctor rushed to him, visibly shocked by his condition. The doctor asked what had happened, and Kirishima responded that there was too much to explain. Kirishima explained that he needed emergency treatment and then to be moved to UA's nurse's office so his remaining wounds could be treated and he could be guarded. The doctor acknowledged the urgency and asked what they knew about the wounds so far. Uraraka told him that Izuku's body was at its limit and that he had lost a lot of blood. The doctor noted that any normal person in that state would likely have died, and he admired how strong Izuku had been to survive. The doctor instructed them to wait while they gave Izuku a blood transfusion and stitched his wounds, then promised they would be taken to a temporary room where they could wait with him. After a while the doctor emerged and asked them to follow him to Izuku's room. In the room Izuku lay in bed with his arms wrapped in bandages, the bleeding on his head stopped and a blood transfusion running nearly complete. The doctor reported that the transfusion was almost finished but warned that Izuku would not be able to move for a while. He explained that Izuku's body had been pushed far past its limit and that he had endured a great deal of pain. What he needed most now was rest. Aizawa and the others arrived, panting. Aizawa immediately inquired about Izuku's condition. Kirishima, speaking with a saddened tone, said that the transfusion was nearly done but reiterated how Izuku had suffered and pushed beyond his limits. Nejire added that Izuku had fought near death against a Nomu, had barely been able to stay awake for half a day, and had still been forced to continue fighting villains until he was knocked out. Nejire sat beside him and described how he had struggled through whatever followed to stay alive and escape. The doctor returned to remove the transfusion and soon after Izuku stirred. Nejire asked how he was feeling, and Izuku attempted to get up. Nejire reacted with concern and urged him to rest, but Izuku insisted he didn't have time to rest. He tried to rise and fell. Kirishima helped him back up and warned him to take it easy, reminding him that his body was well past its limit. Izuku insisted that he had fought through hell with his exhausted body and that if it could get him somewhere first, it could rest afterward, a statement that shocked everyone. He stood again, clearly in pain. Izuku made his way to the door and nearly fell against the wall before Aizawa stepped in front of him and demanded that he rest. All Might arrived and agreed that they could not let him leave in that state. Izuku's expression turned serious, and with a sudden burst of movement he slipped past them and disappeared from sight. Aizawa and the others immediately gave chase. As they pursued him, Aizawa questioned how Izuku could be moving so quickly in such a depleted state. All Might wondered where Izuku might be headed. Bakugo observed that he had never seen Izuku act like this and, given how hard he was pushing himself after describing what he called hell, suspected something had happened. Bakugo said there was one place he could think of, Izuku's home. He took the lead. They ran onto the street and followed Bakugo toward Izuku's apartment. Nejire flew up to scout and reported that she could see Izuku ahead and not far away. She flew toward him and tried to block him, but Izuku, sensing he was being followed, avoided her attempt and continued toward the flat where he had lived with his mother. Izuku climbed up to the 3rd floor and reached the door, which was already open. Bakugo confirmed his fear at the sight of the open door. They rushed upstairs and entered the apartment. Izuku stood just inside the doorway, staring in shock at the living room. It had been trashed and many things were destroyed or thrown about. Izuku called out for his mother and searched every room, finding only her bedroom left to check. He opened the bedroom door and found she was not there. Nejire tried to calm Izuku and wrapped her arms around him to keep him from running. Izuku, disbelieving, began to tear up and fell to his knees. Nejire also knelt and continued holding him. She asked what was wrong, and Izuku erupted in anguish, screaming and pounding the floor until Mirio and Kirishima hurried over to restrain him gently. Uraraka, watching, asked what had happened. Bakugo asked calmly where Aunt Inko was. Izuku answered that she was dead. Bakugo reacted in stunned disbelief and then, hearing Izuku cry out, began to tear up as well. The group had been worried about Izuku already given what he had endured, but hearing that his mother was gone and seeing his pain pushed everyone to a new depth of grief. Izuku then revealed that he had seen it happen. He said he had been held and that while in captivity they had asked him to join the League of Villains. When Izuku refused, Tamura walked away. After a while Izuku saw a screen where his mother was sitting. Tamura approached her and then caused her to disintegrate into dust on the screen. Eventually her entire form faded away. Izuku explained this and Mirio, Tamaki, Nejire, Uraraka, Kirishima, Ida, and the others began to tear up at the memory. Izuku said that he had watched helplessly as villains killed his mother, and he cried as he described it. Nejire, Mirio, and Kirishima felt Izuku's power surge as he began to scream. Bakugo stepped in front of him and hugged him tightly while crying. Izuku's scream fell silent as he passed out. All the students started crying. Even Aizawa and All Might looked devastated when they heard what had happened. All Might reflected on everything Izuku had endured, facing a Nomu, fighting villains who tried to kidnap him, surviving explosions and fire attacks, witnessing his mother's death, and battling more Nomu and villains. It was incredible he had managed to remain sane. Aizawa urged the group to take Izuku back to UA so he could recover. Nejire volunteered to carry him and refused to let go, while Uraraka offered to make him weightless with her quirk to help. Nejire thanked her quietly, and they rushed back to UA with the others, bringing Izuku to Recovery Girl as Nizu arrived. Nizu began to ask what had happened but paused when he saw how shaken everyone was and how tightly Nejire held Izuku. Aizawa said they would explain later. Recovery Girl asked if Izuku was all right. All Might, eyes glistening, said that Izuku was alive, but as Bakugo put it, he was living in hell. Nejire dropped to her knees and sobbed while still holding him. Aizawa explained that they had stabilized Izuku with emergency treatment and a blood transfusion to stop the immediate danger, but he needed to recover at the hospital. All Might excused himself and left the room. Ida led Kirishima, Uraraka, and even Bakugo back to the dorms. Only Nejire, Mirio, Tamaki, Aizawa, Recovery Girl, and Nizu remained. Recovery Girl asked Aizawa to place Izuku on the bed so she could work. Nizu, concerned, asked for details. Aizawa described how Izuku had been kidnapped, hit by multiple explosions, and struck by a surprise attack that was aimed toward Nejire. He had been forced to watch a live feed showing his mother's death. After that, Izuku had fought numerous battles to escape and survive. They had reached him in time to pull him out during a combined attack, but he broke away and ran to his home, finding the house wrecked and his mother gone. It was then that he realized she was truly gone. Everyone looked toward Izuku and then at Nejire, who held him tightly with the back of his head resting against her chest. Nizu allowed his face to display a mixture of anger, sadness, frustration, and disbelief. Recovery Girl said she would normally ask everyone to leave, but in this case she would allow Nejire to stay if she wanted. Nejire vowed to remain at his side. Nejire stayed in the nurse's office, sitting on the bed while holding Izuku so he would not be cold. She quietly pleaded for him to wake. She needed him. Izuku had been unconscious for 3 days. It was evening and his classmates, along with Mirio and Tamaki, checked on him every day, growing more worried as he remained unresponsive and as Nejire's sadness deepened. One night Nejire woke to movement. Izuku was groaning and shifting while still unconscious. She hugged him tightly and murmured comforts, and after a while his restlessness eased. He remained completely still, and Nejire, though worried, was too exhausted to do anything but fall asleep. The next morning Nejire woke from the sudden sensation of someone moving away from her. When she opened her eyes she saw Izuku rising from the side of the bed. Nejire called to Izuku in a worried voice, but he did not respond. He moved toward the door and Nejire hurried out of bed to follow him. She asked where he was going with tears in her eyes. Izuku thanked her for looking after him and told her that he did not belong there, then walked out. Nejire stared in disbelief for a moment, asking herself silently if he had really said he did not belong. Fear drove her to run after him. Outside she found Izuku walking as Mirio, Tamaki and Bakugo approached. Mirio greeted Izuku cheerfully as they moved toward him, but Izuku walked right past them. Tamaki called after him, and Bakugo grabbed Izuku's shoulder and yanked him back roughly, sending Izuku to the ground. Bakugo demanded to know what was wrong with him. Nejire stepped forward angrily and demanded the same, but Bakugo ignored her. Izuku stood and began walking again. Bakugo yanked him back once more and planted himself in front of Izuku, ordering him not to ignore him and demanding to know what Izuku's problem was. Izuku remained silent. Bakugo produced small explosions from his hand and held them in front of Izuku's face. Izuku responded that he did not belong here. Mirio and Tamaki frowned, and Bakugo, angered, fired a larger explosion at Izuku's face. Izuku was knocked back and tumbled on the ground, but he rose as if nothing had happened and walked on. Bakugo unleashed another explosion that struck him directly. Bakugo shouted that the old Izuku would have dodged such attacks, and Nejire reached to stop Bakugo, but Mirio held her back and shook his head. Izuku walked past them, muttering that he could not find meaning in his power. Bakugo shouted that Izuku had wanted to become the greatest hero, and Izuku, speaking through gritted teeth, said he could not even call himself a hero because he had failed to save his mother. The group froze at the confession as Izuku slowly walked away until he was out of sight. Mirio remarked that this was bad. He admitted that he had expected Izuku's mother's death to affect him, but not this severely. Tamaki said they had to find him, and Nejire agreed that they could not leave him in that condition. Tamaki added that if a villain attacked now, Izuku would be vulnerable. Everyone's expressions tightened except Bakugo's. Bakugo used his explosions to launch himself toward the direction Izuku had gone. They heard multiple explosions and saw Izuku shooting back toward UA school. The group rushed to intercept him as Bakugo approached. Bakugo angrily berated Izuku about where he thought he was going, but Izuku did not answer. Bakugo warned that Izuku would die if a villain attacked him in his current state. Izuku calmly repeated so, which made Mirio, Tamaki and Nejire freeze. Bakugo, enraged, decided to force a reaction and charged, firing an explosion at Izuku's chest. Izuku absorbed the blast without blocking or making a sound. Bakugo, furious, launched into the air and used his howitzer impact, sending Izuku high into the sky. Izuku landed, stood again as if unbothered, and began to walk away. Mirio and Tamaki restrained Bakugo while Nejire held Izuku back. Nejire pleaded with Izuku to stop as she held him from behind. Bakugo shouted for Izuku to fight back and called him a pathetic weakling. Mirio urged Bakugo to calm down as he held him back. Bakugo then declared loudly that he hated that weakling over there. Izuku answered that if they hated him, it would make his disappearance easier. Nejire recoiled in disbelief and reached for him, but Izuku vanished. She stood in shock and asked where he had gone. Mirio and Tamaki turned and saw he was gone. Mirio swore and ran straight to the principal's office. He burst in and announced to the teachers gathered in a meeting that Izuku had woken and said he did not deserve to be at UA, that his power was useless, and that he could not call himself a hero because he had been unable to save his mother. Principal Nizu acknowledged that while they had been relieved Izuku had come through recent events physically intact, they had underestimated the emotional impact of his mother's death. Mirio added that during Bakugo's confrontation, Bakugo had fired serious attacks at Izuku, including his special move, and that Izuku had then disappeared. All present grew alarmed. Nizu insisted they had to find Izuku immediately. Aizawa warned that a villain could easily kill him in that state. All Might stepped toward the door and said they all had to search. He asked Mirio to help, and Mirio agreed. Nizu instructed Mirio to show them where it had happened, and Mirio ran out with the others following. Tamaki stayed near the scene and waited alone. Mirio asked where Bakugo and Nejire were. Tamaki explained that Bakugo had gone back to his room and Nejire had flown off searching for Izuku. Nizu organized the search, assigning Mike, Midnight and Vlad to sweep UA while the others split across the city. Meanwhile, Nejire flew over the city, scanning the streets for Izuku. After a few minutes, she spotted someone leap from a rooftop into an alley and wondered if it could be him. She flew toward the alley. When Nejire arrived at the alleyway, she noticed a hidden passage and floated quickly toward it. At the end of the passage, 2 feet protruded from behind a box. As she drew closer, she realized it was Izuku. Nejire called his name. Izuku looked up for a moment, then buried his face in his arms. Izuku asked why she had come. Nejire said she had come because she was worried about him and sat down beside him. Izuku said he felt like someone who could not save anyone, someone who had only watched his mother fall apart. Nejire rested her head on his shoulder and reminded him that he had saved her twice and had pushed past his limits to protect her. She told him he was an amazing person and that he could not blame himself for not being able to save everyone. Izuku protested that Nejire did not know what had happened, insisting that his mother had been frightened and that the killers had acted because he had refused to join them. Nejire, looking sad, explained that although he had seen the footage of his mother's death, it had not been a live feed as he had believed. She said he had been unconscious for 3 days. When the room where he had been held was found, the recording had been placed on loop to make him watch as many times as it took. Close examination and research had shown that his mother had actually died more than a week earlier. Nejire, her voice breaking, told him that when he had been held there, his mother had already been dead. A warp gate opened and Tamura walked through with Dabi and Magna. Tamura confirmed that his mother had already been dead and said that the looping footage had been meant to break Izuku, to make him join them. He added that since that had failed, dealing with Izuku would be simple. Dabi unleashed a sudden burst of flame toward them. Nejire reacted and used her quirk to stop the flames, but Magna slipped in behind her and held her arms. Nejire shouted for him to let her go. Tamura told Izuku to witness another life he could have saved as he reached closer to Nejire's face. Nejire closed her eyes in fear as the hand neared her. A gust of wind cut across the alley and Izuku suddenly stood in front of her. Dabi raised his arm to strike again, but Izuku intercepted him and delivered a powerful blow that sent Dabi skidding away across the street and crashing through a row of storefronts. Izuku instructed Nejire to bend forward and she complied without hesitation. Using the opening, he struck Magna and sent him tumbling into nearby structures. Izuku then swept Nejire into his arms and leapt away from the immediate danger. Nejire began to speak, but they were interrupted by the arrival of Nomu. They landed in an open parking lot where Izuku set Nejire down and instructed her to stay low. A sudden gale of wind blew outward. Nejire braced herself, and when she opened her eyes all the Nomu that had been advancing collapsed, knocked out by the force of Izuku's quirk. She counted 10 of them on the ground. A portal opened nearby and even more Nomu poured through it, accompanied by 3 large, powerful forms from the place where Izuku had been held. Nejire, alarmed, asked how many there were. Izuku calmly estimated around 50 in total, counting the 3 large ones. He knelt and took her hand, reassuring her that none of them would reach her. From the rooftops Aizawa, Snipe and Cementos arrived, moving from building to building and observing the scene. They saw Izuku and Nejire surrounded by Nomu, as well as the downed Nomu on the ground. Snipe urged that they needed to help, but Aizawa told them to wait and watch. Cementos argued that if Izuku were the same as before, Nejire and the others would be in danger. Aizawa noted that something seemed different about Izuku, and said that if his assessment was correct, this might not be a problem. Nizu then appeared and commented that Izuku was different. 5 Nomu charged toward the pair. Izuku vanished from sight and reappeared in front of the last attacker, striking it with a quick elbow that sent all 5 of them down. Snipe and the others expressed amazement that they had not seen how he had taken them out. Izuku moved through the Nomu like a flurry of motion. He leapt, struck, and landed precise blows. A kick that toppled one, an elbow that stunned another, a turning kick that sent a third stumbling. 3 Nomu dropped onto him from above and he blocked and redirected them with controlled movements. 2 more attacked from the sides. He spun, delivered sweeping kicks, and used the momentum to drive one through the pavement while sending the other flying backward. The fight unfolded with rapid, stylized exchanges and gusts of wind that cut across the battlefield, knocking dozens of Nomu unconscious until only the 3 largest remained. After clearing the area, he returned to Nejire and knelt before her. He asked gently if she was hurt anywhere. Nejire watched him closely. She noted to herself that while he could be fierce in battle, in that moment he was unexpectedly gentle and calm despite his strength. Nejire said that she was fine as she saw the lightning Nomu appear behind Izuku. She wanted to warn him, but when she blinked she saw Izuku already kicking it away. Izuku charged at the Nomu and vanished in a blur of speed. The Nomu was sent flying until Izuku suddenly kicked it upward. He chased it, threw it down, and kicked the back of its head as they crashed to the ground. The impact created a crater and a cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Izuku had disappeared and 2 other Nomu lay fallen nearby. Cementos remarked that it was incredible how easily Izuku had taken down so many Nomu and wondered if that was the power he unleashed when he got serious. Snipe said that the boy was frighteningly strong and that he was glad Izuku had not sided with the villains. Aizawa agreed. Izuku reappeared and moved toward Nejire, lifting her up and then leaping toward the teachers. He told them to grab her and get out of there, then vanished again as a shockwave from a clash ripped through the sky. Snipe asked how Izuku had known they were watching as they looked toward the shockwave. Something crashed to the ground nearby, creating another crater and a new smoke screen. Something flew through that smoke, and another shockwave cleared it away. They saw Izuku blocking a Nomu that had come from the USJ. Aizawa shouted in recognition of the Nomu, and Nizu asked if they knew it. Aizawa explained that it was the same Nomu from the USJ incident. Izuku had launched it away with incredible strength before being put in the weakened state they had found him in. Izuku punched the Nomu away and pursued it, kicking it into the ground. The Nomu rose and tried to grab Izuku's leg as he was about to land, but Izuku avoided the grab, spun, and kicked the Nomu in the face. He landed as the Nomu charged again. Izuku blocked the attack by placing a hand behind his fist and pushed it aside, then struck the Nomu in the side with his knee. Nejire expressed amazement at how easily Izuku was overwhelming the Nomu. Mirio and Tamaki arrived with the teachers. Tamaki began to ask what had been happening until he saw the Nomu on the ground and Izuku fighting the large one from the Izuku kicked the Nomu into the air and followed with a barrage of punches. Instead of letting it fall, he threw the Nomu toward another Nomu that emitted fire. The burning Nomu struggled as Izuku held it in the flames until it stopped moving. Izuku took a deep breath and fell onto his back to calm himself. Nejire quickly flew to him and asked if he was all right before he could speak. Izuku said that he was fine. Nejire responded that she was fine too, and that he had saved her again. She lifted him a little and embraced him. This time Izuku accepted the embrace and returned it. Izuku thanked her, and Nejire reminded him not to scare her like that again. She said that she cared a lot about him even if he might not notice, holding him tightly and letting out a few quiet sobs. Izuku told her that he appreciated her and was glad to have her around. Nejire smiled, teary and blushing, and told him not to make her blush. Izuku teased that he could not help it when a kind person cared for him. Nejire said he was lucky to be the only one she cared about that much and who she would embrace like that. Izuku promised he would be grateful for that luck. He broke away from the embrace and realized it was not over. Suddenly a machine appeared. A voice from the machine addressed Izuku by name and announced that it was a professor seeking the greatest power in the world to rule with it. Izuku asked what the machine wanted with him, and the voice replied that it had come to end his life. The machine lunged forward. Izuku barely managed to block it and was pushed back. Izuku said that he had had enough of people hungry for power trying to take him down. When he became serious, he stopped being pushed back and began driving the machine backward. The machine reappeared behind Nejire and attempted to smash her into the ground, but Izuku kicked it away to protect her. He shouted that he had even less tolerance for anyone who targeted the people close to him and stopped the machine's charge easily with one hand. The man's voice praised Izuku's incredible power. Izuku said that when he protected his friends or Nejire, there was no limit to how strong he could become. He would even gain power strong enough to destroy the world if needed to protect them. Izuku crushed the machine's fist in his hand, pulled the machine closer, punched through it, and extracted the man controlling it. He threw the man toward Aizawa so Aizawa could take him into custody. Nejire praised Izuku as he stumbled and sat down. She asked if he was all right. Izuku explained that the opponent's first hit had taken him by surprise and drained him a bit. Nejire asked about the surge in power. Izuku said that when he got serious, he could now control it fully, and the others had once asked if he could still get stronger. He said he had never had a reason to improve before, but now he did, and he planned to climb even higher. When Nejire asked what his reason was, Izuku smiled gently and said that it was her he had to keep her safe. Nejire reacted with surprise and flushed with embarrassment. Izuku explained that because such a kind person had cared for him and embraced him when she would not do that for anyone else, he wanted to make sure she kept that smile. Nejire smiled through tears, moved by his words. Nejire scolded him while hiding her face and told him to stop making her blush so much. She stepped closer and expressed her gratitude in a shy, heartfelt way. After a moment they separated. Izuku reacted with surprise and flushed deeply. Nejire looked away, thanking him for saving her so many times and admitting that she cared for him. Izuku smiled, then suddenly jumped up in alarm and looked behind him. Nejire asked what was wrong, and Izuku, sweating with fear, admitted he did not know. He grabbed Nejire and placed her beside Aizawa, urging Aizawa to take care of her and not to follow him. Then he quickly ran away. At the edge of the city, Izuku saw a man standing while another person lay on the ground. The standing man acknowledged that Izuku had found him. Izuku asked who he was and whether the surge of energy had come from him. The man answered enigmatically, asking what if it had been. When Izuku asked whether he was a hero or a villain, the man said he had not yet decided whether to save people or bring destruction, and that whoever stood against him would likely be no match. Izuku pressed further about why the man had shown himself now, and the man replied that a bold statement from a fool had drawn him out. As the man walked away, he released another burst of energy. Izuku was frozen in place, and then the man disappeared. The next morning Izuku sat in the common area with his classmates, but his thoughts were elsewhere, wondering if Nejire's confession had been sincere. Aizawa entered, glanced at Izuku to check on him, and announced that the sports festival would be held soon, prompting cheers from the students. Aizawa then added that Nizu wanted to speak with Izuku. Izuku wondered why the principal wanted to see him and walked to the office. Nizu invited him in and asked him to sit. Nizu said he had overheard Izuku's remark about gaining power to destroy the world if necessary to protect loved ones, and Izuku answered honestly that he had said it. A skinny man sitting beside Nizu revealed himself to be the true form of All Might and asked Izuku to keep the secret, which Izuku agreed to do. Nizu explained that All Might's wound had weakened him and shortened the time he could use his power. All Might added that a great power still hid in the shadows, neither wholly good nor evil, and that if that power sided with villains it could be catastrophic, because it had the potential to destroy the world if unleashed. All Might said he had faced that power in his prime and had been unable to land a blow. Nizu noted that, judging by Izuku's reaction the previous day, Izuku had already encountered that person. Izuku confirmed that after saving Nejire he had felt an enormous amount of power and had been frozen by a subsequent burst of energy when he met the person responsible. Nizu asked Izuku to try to bring that person to their side after the sports festival. If the person refused or joined the villains, Nizu asked Izuku to try to stop him with everything he had. Izuku agreed, saying that if the person did not join them he would need to gain the power he had spoken of. All Might explained that the person could wield the four elements wind, water, air, and fire at will, and that Izuku's chances against him were low, perhaps around 5%. Izuku asked them not to tell anyone about the matter and then left. He returned to his dorm but went to his room to think instead of joining the others. He decided to skip dinner and stay alone for the evening. Later, Mirio knocked on his door and called to ask if Izuku was there. Izuku answered, and Mirio entered the room using his quirk. Mirio had come to check on Izuku after hearing he had gone to his room and skipped dinner following a visit with Nizu. Mirio explained that some friends had been tight-lipped at first but eventually told him what had happened. Izuku sat on the side of his bed and looked at the floor as Mirio sat beside him. Izuku admitted he had not told anyone and did not plan to, and asked Mirio to keep the others from knowing, especially Nejire. Mirio observed that the two of them clearly cared about each other, but Izuku did not respond. As Mirio left, he told Izuku that the man they had sensed called himself Gaia of the Elements. Izuku thanked him and lay down to sleep, thinking that tomorrow would be another day of school. The next morning at school, everyone bombarded Izuku with questions. Nejire ran up to him before classes and peppered him with concern about whether he was all right, if he had eaten, and why he had locked himself in his room. Izuku laughed nervously and reassured her that he was fine. Nejire apologized for being curious and, walking with him toward the school, told him she had strong feelings for him and explained why she admired him. Izuku blushed and told her he understood and appreciated her honesty, calling her kind and saying he felt the same calm warmth around her. After expressing her feelings, Nejire gave him a brief, friendly gesture and left with a bright smile, promising to see him later. Kaminari and Mineta shouted as they saw the exchange and charged forward, but Izuku slipped inside the school and hurried to his seat, hoping Aizawa would arrive. Aizawa entered and ordered the boys to quiet down and return to their seats, which relieved Izuku. Aizawa then commented on the apparent relationship between Izuku and Nejire, and Izuku hid his face in his arms. Class began, but Izuku could not concentrate. He worried about Gaia of the Elements, wondering how the man would fight, how strong he truly was, and whether Izuku could break through if they ever clashed. Aizawa snapped him back to attention and later reminded the class that the sports festival would begin in 2 days, which set everyone talking. After class, Izuku slipped away before Mineta and Kaminari could catch him and went to train at the beach, seeking solitude. The beach was littered with trash left by others, so Izuku used the workout as an opportunity to both train and clean. With his strength and speed he managed to clear the area in a single day, though he ended the session drenched in sweat. Izuku returned to the dorm, took a shower, ate, and slept. The next day his class trained heavily to prepare for the sports festival. When the festival arrived, Nejire found Izuku before he entered the field and told him she would be rooting for him, asking him to have fun and give his best. She offered a cheerful smile and a brief encouraging touch to his arm before turning away. Mineta and Kaminari made noise behind them until Bakugo used a controlled blast to silence Mineta and clear the path. The competitors entered the field and the announcer Midnight welcomed everyone to the sports festival. Midnight explained that there would be 2 trials. The first would be a race, and the first 16 to finish would advance to the next trial. The students readied themselves for the event. The proctor announced that in this race there would be obstacles and that everyone was allowed to use their quirk as they walked toward the giant door. Izuku noticed his class preparing and that Todoroki had a stance ready to freeze everyone. The starter gave the signal and the door opened. Izuku vanished from the back of the group and reappeared in front, sprinting ahead with astonishing speed. The announcer mic narrated the sudden leap from last to first, drawing excited reactions from the crowd. Izuku reached top speed as the first obstacle appeared, giant replica entrance exam robots. He leapt and struck through them in one motion, clearing them before they could react. Mike called the move incredible, and the distant cheers reached Izuku as he pushed forward. Next came a canyon with only a few ropes spanning the gap. Izuku bounded from rope to rope with blinding speed, seeming to blink into view and vanish again as he crossed. Bakugo and Todoroki soon caught up. Mike announced that the race had become a contest for the top 3 as the 3 surged toward a minefield. Izuku scanned the ground, recognized the safe paths, and ran straight across while Bakugo flew over it with explosive moves. Mike praised Izuku's apparent awareness of the mines. Izuku and Bakugo battled for first while Todoroki hung back, cautious about the minefield. Bakugo taunted Izuku about his speed, and Izuku replied that he was giving Bakugo a chance before accelerating. Bakugo roared that he would not let Izuku win and pushed himself forward with larger explosions. Izuku loaded power into his legs, launched in a powerful leap, and crossed the finish into the arena just ahead of Bakugo. Mike announced the top three: Izuku in first, Bakugo a close second, and Todoroki third. More competitors streamed in and then the match portion of the event began. Izuku's first match was against Kirishima. Kirishima admitted his nerves but stepped into the ring. Kirishima hardened and Izuku charged, connecting with a blow that sent Kirishima back a few meters. Izuku commented on Kirishima's resilience, and Kirishima admitted he had been training to strengthen his hardening but felt the impact in his arms. Izuku closed the distance again. Instead of a heavy punch, he targeted Kirishima's legs, sweeping them and spinning to knock him out of bounds. The referee declared Izuku the winner. The crowd cheered, and Izuku helped Kirishima to his feet before they walked back toward their classmates' seats. Izuku's next opponent was Todoroki. Todoroki warned that Izuku should not expect an easy win, but Izuku focused on the match as the judge signaled the start. Todoroki launched a glacier of ice toward Izuku. Izuku met it with a powerful strike that shattered the formation. Mike reacted to the impressive counter, prompting Aizawa to note that Izuku had been improving steadily since arriving at UA. The crowd laughed at the light banter. Todoroki intensified his attacks, firing a faster stream of ice while spikes erupted from the ground. Izuku evaded and kicked through the ice, stopping its advance and shattering the spikes. Izuku told Todoroki that his ice would not work on him, and Todoroki replied that he would make it work, his temper rising. Izuku pressed the issue about Todoroki's hesitation to use his fire, insisting that it was his own power and not something he needed to reject because of family history. Izuku argued that Todoroki was his own person and did not have to obey past expectations. He also criticized looking down on others because of family problems. Todoroki reacted defensively, stepping back as he struggled with the conflict. He declared that he refused to accept or use that power because of what his father represented. Izuku closed the distance, determined. Todoroki launched another volley of ice that encased parts of Izuku, but Izuku broke free and continued forward. Todoroki then unleashed a powerful burst of fire from close range, striking with full force. The clash produced a large explosion and a billowing cloud of smoke, and the arena's field showed the impact of the blast. When the smoke cleared, the students could see that the battlefield had been damaged and that Izuku was struggling to stay upright, digging his feet into the ground. Todoroki lay nearby, exhausted from the effort. The referee declared Izuku the winner. Immediately after that match, Izuku faced Ida. The battle turned into a test of speed. Ida moved quickly and tried to evade, but Izuku's superior speed allowed him to appear behind Ida repeatedly until a well-placed kick sent Ida out of bounds. The fighters were given a well-deserved break after the semifinals. A half-hour intermission was announced to allow everyone to recover before the finals. Izuku decided to get it. As he walked down the hall, Nejire ran up to him and handed him a cold beverage, telling him it was for him. Izuku thanked her as he opened the drink. Nejire excitedly told him that he had been amazing in the race and in his fights. She asked how he had broken the ice so easily, whether it had been hard to stay on the field, how it had felt when he struck his red-haired opponent who hardened his body, and how he had managed to jump so fast from rope to rope. Izuku laughed at the rapid-fire questions. They sat together for a while before Izuku was called back onto the field. Izuku rose and said that it was time for the finals. Nejire smiled and promised she would be watching and cheering for him. Izuku gave a brief, friendly gesture. Nejire blushed. As Izuku walked toward the field, Mirio joined Nejire and confirmed that he had seen the small exchange. Tamaki explained that they had wanted to check on Izuku before the final match and had noticed the moment. Nejire's face went even redder. On the field, Bakugo confronted Izuku and accused him of not running away. Izuku answered that he would not run because he believed he could beat him. Bakugo accused Izuku of newfound confidence because of Nejire. Izuku provoked him further by suggesting Nejire could handle Bakugo just as well. Everyone in the stands heard the exchange and laughed at how unusual it was to hear Izuku taunt Bakugo. Mirio chuckled, and Tamaki noted that Izuku had a point. Bakugo, furious and having lost much of his respect for Izuku after previous events, shouted a fierce threat and launched himself before the start signal. He sent an explosion toward Izuku, but Izuku easily sidestepped and delivered a precise kick that sent Bakugo stumbling. Bakugo recovered and fired long-range explosions, but Izuku deftly deflected them. Uraraka exclaimed that Izuku made it look effortless, and Momo observed that the bout highlighted differences in power, speed, and fighting styles. Bakugo flew upward, determined to finish the fight with a powerful attack. Midnight and Cementos moved to intervene, but Izuku held his position and warned them to stand down. Bakugo unleashed a powerful howitzer impact toward Izuku. Nejire shouted a warning from the stands. Izuku gave a small, confident grin and stopped the attack with his hands, holding Bakugo in place in midair. Izuku then launched a swift, acrobatic counter, striking Bakugo and halting his ascent. Bakugo cried out as Izuku spun and delivered a decisive, fast kick, sending Bakugo crashing toward the ground. Izuku landed smoothly. The announcer declared Izuku the winner by knockout. Bakugo lay unconscious on the field. Izuku glanced at him briefly before walking away, remarking that perhaps the outcome would bring Bakugo back down to earth a little. Bakugo was taken to the nurse's office to recover. Izuku received the first-place medal, while Uraraka and Ida shared third place. All Might quietly congratulated Izuku and told him he had improved a great deal over the past days. Later, the Big Three praised Izuku. Nejire hurried over and hugged him. Izuku returned the hug. Mirio noticed Izuku's worried glance and understood it. Mirio suggested they spend the rest of the day together before Izuku left for a secret mission the following day. Nejire asked what the mission was, but Izuku said it was confidential. Tamaki wondered how Mirio knew about it. Izuku explained that Mirio had overheard when he and the principal had been talking. Mirio apologized again with a laugh. They decided to go to the park. The weather was sunny and warm. Izuku lay back in the grass and smiled with his eyes closed, enjoying the sun. Nejire pouted and asked if Izuku could not reveal anything about the mission. Izuku repeated that they really could not disclose details. Nejire said she would pester Mirio until he gave something away. Mirio replied that he was bound by the same restriction and wondered why Nejire bombarded him with questions but not Izuku. Nejire only said that Izuku was special. Mirio warned not to expect any answers. Nejire winked at Izuku and said she would get the truth, but Izuku asked her not to push it. When Tamaki asked whether the mission would be dangerous, Izuku admitted that it might go peacefully or it might be the opposite. That was all he could say. Nejire's smile turned to a worried frown. Izuku told her not to worry. Nejire asked him to promise that he would return no matter what happened. Izuku promised. Nejire relaxed, smiled, and rested her head on his stomach as they lay together on the grass. Mirio and Tamaki smiled as they watched, then both lay down in the grass. Izuku suddenly shot upright and stared toward the city. Nejire was startled and asked what was wrong as Izuku's expression tightened. He felt something shifting and knew the presence he had sensed before was becoming more active. Sweat gathered at his temples and he clenched his jaw. Izuku apologized awkwardly and told them that he had to go because All Might had wanted to speak with him after the sports festival. He lied and hurried away. Mirio called after him, and when Izuku stopped and turned, Mirio regarded him with a serious look. Izuku told Mirio not to worry and repeated that he was only going to talk with All Might, then ran off. At UA, Izuku went straight to Principal Nizu's office and asked Nizu to summon All Might. Nizu noticed how troubled Izuku looked and called for All Might. When All Might entered in his muscular form, he shifted back to his thin appearance upon seeing Izuku and Nizu alone. All Might and Nizu listened as Izuku explained that the presence was Gaia. All Might reported that he had held out against Gaia only for a few hours. Gaia had been testing his limits and then defeated him quickly once he identified All Might as the #1 hero. Izuku, gritting his teeth, said he intended to confront Gaia that night. Nizu and All Might reacted with alarm but asked if he was sure. Izuku insisted he had to try. Both adults agreed to leave the matter to him and urged him to be careful. Izuku nodded and left. When he reached the dormitory, the big three were waiting. As Izuku walked in, Mirio quietly took his arm and led him outside. Everyone was surprised by the sudden action. Once they were a safe distance away, Mirio confronted him, asking if he had felt the presence again. Izuku confirmed that he had and that the presence had been appearing more frequently. Mirio demanded to know what Izuku planned to do. Izuku said he intended to face the presence around midnight. Mirio warned him not to be reckless, pointing to the intense reaction Izuku had displayed in the park and arguing that Gaia was far stronger than Izuku could handle alone. Izuku replied that he had to try to bring Gaia to the hero's side, and if that failed he would stop him. Mirio grabbed Izuku's arm and reminded him that Nejire was worried and that Izuku had promised to return to her. Mirio insisted he must come back alive. Izuku assured him that he would. Later, when the dorm had quieted and everyone slept, Izuku slipped out of his room and left the dorm to go to the area where he had felt the presence twice before. He called out across a deserted part of the city, where no one would overhear. A figure stepped out from an alley. Gaia emerged and asked why Izuku had come. Izuku explained that he had felt Gaia's power again and that Gaia had been appearing more often. Gaia sounded amused and asked which side Izuku was on. Izuku answered that he was on the hero's side because his mother had been killed by villains and he wanted to prevent others from suffering the same loss. When Gaia suggested that this was revenge, Izuku clarified that his motivation was to protect others, not simply to avenge. Gaia admitted that Izuku's reason was admirable and said he had been appearing more because challengers had sought him out. He told Izuku that the choice of sides would depend on Izuku's actions. Izuku explained that he had come to try to recruit Gaia to the heroes because villains were growing stronger and All Might was weakening. The heroes needed help. Gaia observed that Izuku must have a reason for confronting him and that by coming back after sensing him, Izuku had shown either strength or a desire to protect someone. Izuku confirmed that he wanted to protect friends and someone very dear to him, though he worried that he might not be able to protect everyone. Gaia considered this, amused, and asked whether Izuku was strong. Izuku did not like where the conversation was headed. He told Gaia that he would like to believe he was on the right side. Gaia proposed a deal. If Izuku managed to defeat him here and now, Gaia would join Izuku's side. If Izuku lost, Gaia said, Izuku would lose his life and Gaia would join the villains. Izuku admitted he had feared that outcome and grew serious. Gaia smirked and said he liked the look in Izuku's eyes, then taunted that not even the symbol of peace had been able to touch him. Gaia asked if Izuku still wanted to try. Izuku said he had no choice if he did not act. His friends and everyone he cared about, especially Nejire, would be in danger. When Gaia asked whether Nejire was special to him, Izuku nodded. Gaia acknowledged that and watched as Izuku charged. Izuku's punch was met by a wall of air. He vanished and reappeared behind Gaia to kick, but spikes erupted from the ground and forced him back. Gaia admitted Izuku's speed, but warned speed alone would not be enough. Hours later at UA, Mirio wondered how Izuku was doing. Nejire noted Izuku was not in his dorm and had not been seen on the way to school. She suggested they check his class. They went to class 1A, and Nejire opened the door, interrupting the lesson. Glass shattered as someone crashed inside. When the smoke cleared, the classroom was badly damaged, tables and chairs broken. Coughing came from a pile of rubble. Nejire ran and found Izuku badly hurt. Izuku's clothes were singed and torn, his shoes and socks were gone, and parts of his uniform hung ragged. He was battered and breathing with difficulty, his arms and chest showing burns and cuts. Nejire called his name and rushed to him. A gust of wind lifted Izuku, dragged him out, and slammed him into the ground. The students all ran outside to see a large crater with Izuku in the center. All Might and Nizu arrived and froze when they recognized the other fighter and saw Izuku's condition. Izuku forced himself up and said he still had to protect everyone. Gaia praised him for withstanding so many attacks and noted that not even All Might had withstood half of what Izuku had taken. Izuku replied that he was not strong enough. All Might stopped Nejire from intervening, warning that it was too dangerous and they had to hope for the best. Gaia asked whether Izuku was stronger than All Might. All Might worried that if Gaia knew Izuku had beaten him, Gaia would take Izuku more seriously. Izuku said his fight was with Gaia and reminded everyone that he had already beaten All Might. Gaia admitted it would be rude not to give his all. He claimed he had been giving Izuku chances to breathe. Izuku thanked him for that and prepared himself. Nejire pleaded for him to stop, saying he was not in any shape to continue. Gaia observed that Nejire was important to Izuku. Izuku reacted, appearing behind Gaia and throwing a punch that was initially stopped by a wall of air, but with a scream he forced his fist through and struck Gaia, driving him to the ground. Izuku followed with a rapid assault. A kick to the gut, a light throw, and a barrage of hits to Gaia's chest that culminated in a full-power blow driving Gaia into the ground. Breathing heavily, Izuku stepped back. Gaia stood again, slightly injured but otherwise unbowed. He told Izuku that both of them were monsters in their own way and suggested that Izuku's power was fueled not only by training but by fighting for those he loved. When Gaia had mentioned Nejire, Izuku had surged. Gaia raised an arm and gathered a ball of fire. Gaia asked whether Izuku would face the attack head-on to protect others or avoid it and let others take the blow. He released the fireball and Izuku tried to hold it back, being slowly pushed back until Gaia made a final motion and the fireball detonated. Nejire reacted in fear as the explosion sent Izuku high into the air and then left him collapsed on the ground. Nejire ran to him and cradled him. Gaia, seated on a pillar of earth he had raised, said he had wanted to test Izuku's resolve and, out of respect for his determination to protect everyone especially Nejire, he would spare his life this time. He declared that, because Izuku had not defeated him, their agreement was lost and they would meet again as enemies. Then Gaia walked away. Izuku tried to call him back but was exhausted. He struggled to stay awake and insisted that they were not done and that he still had a chance. Gaia told them that Izuku was an interesting one and that he had decided to let him live this time. Next time, depending on orders, he might not be so fortunate. He added that he was curious to see how much stronger Izuku would be, then walked off. Izuku tried to stand but collapsed, cursing under his breath as he lay on the ground. Aizawa quickly instructed Ida to fetch Recovery Girl. Nejire hurried over to Izuku's side. Nejire urged Izuku to calm down and reminded him that it was over and he did not have to keep fighting. Izuku insisted that he had to get the man to their side and that he had failed. He sobbed on the ground. Nejire gently lifted him and held him close. All Might stepped forward to reassure Izuku that it was not his fault. Nizu explained that they had never realized Gaia had been waiting for a challenge. If a sufficiently strong villain appeared, Gaia would have joined them simply to get that challenge. Seeing Izuku's power had pushed Gaia to the villains in hopes of facing him again once Izuku grew stronger. Recovery Girl arrived and noted that Izuku's injuries were serious. She used her quirk to begin healing him and said he would need time to recover. Izuku, desperate, insisted he could not rest. He had to become strong enough to face Gaia. Nejire begged him to stop and held him tightly, crying as she scolded him for pushing himself so far. She told him how frightened she had been when he had disappeared twice, how he spoke of secret missions she was not meant to know about, and how terrified she was when he crashed through a window, battered and near death. Her words were full of fear and relief. Izuku finally ceased struggling and, using the last of his strength, sat up briefly to hug Nejire before collapsing into sleep as Recovery Girl's quirk continued to mend him. Recovery Girl remarked on how he was always pushing himself and that he should be resting. Nejire promised to take care of him, lowering him so his head could rest against her chest. She rested her own forehead against his and smiled through her tears. Afterward, Izuku had to rest because his injuries were severe. Nizu and All Might were relieved that he had survived. All Might barely managed to escape when they fought, and it was unusual that Gaia had chosen to spare someone this time. Nejire asked Aizawa for permission to stay with Izuku in his room. She explained that it was Izuku's room, that Class 1A already knew what had happened while her class did not, and that if she was going to take care of him she needed to remain close. Aizawa agreed. Uraraka helped by making Izuku weightless so Nejire could carry him. Recovery Girl requested that they bring him to her office first so she could clean him up and remove the blood. They complied. Nejire carried Izuku to his dorm room and laid him on the bed, covering him with blankets before sitting at his side. There was a knock at the door. When she opened it, Mirio, Tamaki, Todoroki, Kirishima, and Azui stood there to check on him. Nejire told them Izuku was still sleeping and asked them to be quiet. Mirio stood over Izuku and admitted he had been shocked to see him in such a battered state. He compared it to past times when Izuku had been injured by powerful foes, but this battle had clearly been on a different level. Mirio had only known that Izuku had to try to turn someone to their side and that it might be dangerous. He had not realized the extent of the power they faced. Nejire and the others agreed they should be grateful Izuku was alive, especially after a powerful blast had exploded while he was already so hurt. Azui observed how remarkable it was that Izuku had pushed past his limits to land solid blows even when he was barely able to stay on his feet. Kirishima admitted that seeing Izuku battered against a wall had frightened him. Tamaki relayed that the attacker had openly declared he would join the villains just to watch how much Izuku would grow, which Todoroki pointed out meant Izuku would likely have to face him again. Nejire declared she would help Izuku if he had to fight him again, and Mirio, Tamaki, and the others voiced the same resolve. Kirishima and Azui left to return to their duties, and Mirio and Tamaki lingered for a while longer. Mirio asked if Nejire was sure she could handle looking after Izuku alone. Nejire responded with confident reassurance, and when Tamaki teased about tying Izuku to the bed to keep him still, Nejire laughed it off as a joke. Later, Izuku woke and murmured, asking them not to restrain him. Nejire immediately fell into a relieved embrace, warning him to take it easy because he was still in pain. Mirio and Tamaki offered quiet welcomes back as Nejire reminded him sternly that he needed to stay in bed for now. Izuku apologized and tried to sit up, but Nejire insisted he remain where he was to recover. Nejire smiled sweetly as she sat next to Izuku against the wall. Mirio explained that Gaia had left and said he would join the villains, and that he could not wait for Izuku's next challenge once he was stronger. Izuku decided to lie down against Nejire. Nejire was surprised that Izuku had done that on his own. She did not dislike it, she was glad, because she took it as his way of responding to her feelings. She placed her hand on his head and felt herself grow warmer. Izuku looked up at the ceiling and, with a quiet, serious tone, said that he would have to get strong enough to defeat Gaia. Their eyes found one another and they shared a long, steady look. Tamaki asked what had happened, noting that Izuku had been in bad shape. Izuku explained that he had tried to convince Gaia to join them, but Gaia had wanted to make a deal instead. Izuku described the deal and the fight that followed. Gaia had proposed that if Izuku could beat him, Gaia would join the heroes. If Izuku failed, Gaia would join the villains and Izuku would die. Izuku admitted that he did not think he had a chance. In the flashback, Izuku took a stance and rushed at Gaia. Gaia blocked his first strike with a wall of wind. Izuku moved at high speed, appearing and disappearing around Gaia, but every attack met a defensive gust. Gaia warned that his wind had more tricks, and a gust struck Izuku, grazing him. Pillars of energy then erupted around them, launching Izuku between them like a training obstacle. Izuku avoided several pillars and tried to close the distance, but one pillar struck and knocked him back. He fought for hours, searching for an opening and growing exhausted. Gaia admitted admiration for Izuku's tactics and speed, but decided to stop only defending. A pillar of flame erupted beneath Izuku and launched him into the air. Wind surrounded him and slammed him toward the ground as another pillar shot up to block his path. Izuku was blasted away, and Gaia followed with multiple fireballs that scorched his costume and rocked him with each impact. Gaia taunted that he recognized Izuku's hero costume and fired a wind and fire tornado that sent Izuku flying far over the city toward Yue. Another pillar sent him tumbling again, and a giant fireball exploded nearby as a wind tornado drove him toward the school. That was how Izuku ended up back at school, he explained, pressing a hand to his ribs. Tamaki asked in astonishment how he had survived. Izuku could not say. He had felt like he was dying, but he had not. Mirio looked sad. Izuku closed his eyes and admitted that he had failed his mission. Nejire reached out and placed a hand on his cheek. She told him that even if he had failed one mission, he had completed another, he had kept his promise and come back alive. She smiled through tears, and Izuku gently wiped one away. He called her sweet, which made her blush. Mirio teased that they were made for each other, and Nejire pouted, flustered. Tamaki agreed, and Izuku, surprised, asked if he could agree too, which made everyone laugh. Mirio assured him he could. Nejire playfully warned that agreeing would mean dealing with her for the rest of his life. Izuku smiled and said he would not want it any other way. Nejire was overwhelmed with happiness. She was beautiful and kind, and many people noticed her, only a few really knew who she was. Mirio and Tamaki knew Nejire well and treated her like a little sister, not a romantic interest. Nejire had not expected to find someone who truly understood her. She loved Izuku. They had known each other only a short time but had been through a lot together, and her feelings for him had grown. Her heart felt full, tears of joy spilled down her face. Izuku, flustered and unprepared for the confession, stammered that he did not know what to say. He admitted that he had never been in that position before, that people usually admired his power and wanted him around for what he could do, and that those reactions had made it hard for others to see him. Nejire quietly explained that some people had been interested only in appearances. Mirio, Tamaki, and Nejire felt a moment of shared sadness at how isolating that could be, then they offered their support as friends who cared. Mirio reflected that his senses and power had once made him feel useful only as a protector, as if he did not matter beyond that role, and he said that had changed. Izuku agreed. Izuku admitted he had lost his old life and his mother but had gained them in return, an amazing girl and 2 close friends. Tamaki asked if Izuku meant brothers. Izuku looked confused. Mirio explained that the 3 of them saw one another as family, Nejire as their sister and the 2 of them as brothers, and that Izuku had joined that family. Izuku closed his eyes as tears rolled down his face while he remembered his mother and what had happened to her. Mirio, Tamaki, and Nejire felt a deep sympathy for him. Nejire offered a quiet gesture of comfort. Mirio reminded them that Izuku still needed to rest and that they would be going for now, and Tamaki added that they would check on him later. They left to give him space. Once they were gone, Nejire told him that it was just the 2 of them now. Izuku said he was glad she was there. Nejire teased that he still had not responded to her confession. Izuku explained he could not move well enough to answer properly. Nejire pulled him up, and Izuku expressed his feelings. Nejire returned them. Izuku told her he loved her. Nejire blushed and scolded him in a flustered way, and Izuku smiled and said he had chosen to show his feelings because words felt inadequate. Nejire said she wanted him to stay with her, and Izuku answered that he would if she wanted him to. They stayed close for a while, resting together and comforted by one another's presence. They cared deeply for each other. Izuku rested while Nejire watched over him. He tried to slip away occasionally to train when she was not looking, but she always caught him before he got outside, which made him wonder if she could sense him. Eventually he recovered fully and was allowed to rejoin class, resume hero training, and return to his normal routines. Nejire decided to remain by his side for the time being, and Principal Nizu approved. Back at school, Kaminari teased Izuku about having Nejire stay with him, but Izuku calmly explained that she was his girlfriend and that she could stay as long as they behaved and it did not interfere with their studies or hero work. Some classmates made inappropriate comments about the living arrangement. Izuku shut the conversation down and noted that his door remained locked at night for good reason. Aizawa announced that the class would be training to create special moves. He explained that with more villain encounters they needed provisional licenses, and that Izuku in particular would benefit. One person had requested that Izuku be allowed to take the exam this year. Aizawa said he did not yet know the details, only that the organization wanted Izuku on a mission both for his power and to evaluate what he could do. Izuku resolved to pass the license exam, and Aizawa urged the students to go plus ultra. Cementos formed training fields while ectoplasm generated clones to assist. Kirishima asked Izuku for help with his training. He wanted to improve his hardening until he could withstand Izuku's power. Izuku joked about being a punching bag, and Tokoyami dryly noted how that sounded. Izuku clarified that he meant Kirishima needed to harden against impact because of his quirk. Kirishima had been working on a new technique and hardened more than usual to demonstrate progress. He wanted Izuku to attack at near full power so he could push himself further. Izuku said he would start gradually rather than go all out immediately, both to help Kirishima and to build his own strength. They trained through repeated combinations of punches and kicks, each blow meant to help the other improve. By the end of the session, Izuku was breathing heavily but impressed by how far Kirishima had come compared to their first encounter. Kirishima, lying beside him and sweating, praised Izuku's increased power as well. Both acknowledged there was still much more work to do. They decided to continue training outdoors since the weather was pleasant and it kept the indoor spaces free. Mirio walked toward them with Tamaki and Nejire and asked what they were doing. Izuku replied nervously that he and Kirishima had been training together, stuttering as he tried to explain. Kirishima explained that he had been acting as Izuku's punching bag to help improve his hardening while Izuku practiced landing powerful blows. Nejire asked how long they had been training, and Kirishima answered that it had been around 2 to 3 hours straight, with Izuku giving his most powerful blows in his normal state. Izuku attempted to slip away, sweating and uneasy. Nejire stepped forward, her tone calm but firm as she reminded Izuku that she had told him to take it easy and not push himself so soon after recovering. Izuku insisted he had been holding back and had not gone all out. Mirio warned that excuses would not work and said he would give Izuku his quirk if he could. Izuku began to run and Nejire chased after him, angry and worried, repeating that he had promised to take it easy and accusing him of going all out. Izuku called for help as he ran. Kirishima asked why Nejire was so angry. Mirio explained that after Izuku's recovery he had often tried to sneak off and train, and Nejire always caught him. She had been worried he would push himself too hard, and she became scary when someone broke a promise to her. Tamaki declared he would not go in, and Mirio and Kirishima agreed. Mirio then noticed Izuku's new hero suit and commented on it. Kirishima confirmed it was new and looked cool. Izuku's suit aided his stealth and mobility. It resembled his previous design but without a face mask and the weapons. Suddenly Izuku's expression turned serious. The others moved to his side. Before Kirishima could ask what was wrong, a voice from behind a tree announced someone's arrival, and Gaia stepped out. Izuku addressed Gaia sternly and the others fell back, unsettled by the presence. Gaia said he had a mission and revealed that he had joined the League of Villains, which made the group gasp. Gaia explained that his mission was to pick someone up with Kurojiri and that he was allowed to use force if there was resistance, but that he mostly wanted to see how Izuku had improved. He admitted he had been excited at the thought of fighting Izuku again. Izuku asked who Gaia had come for. Gaia dismissed the question and suggested they just have fun. Kurojiri then appeared and reminded Gaia that their purpose was to retrieve someone, not to kill anyone. Gaia answered that he wanted to fight Izuku at full strength. Izuku warned the others to step back. Nejire pleaded with concern, noting that he had just recovered. Izuku asked how he could be sure Gaia would not target people again like before. Gaia insisted that last time had been a test of resolve and that he had held back. This time he wanted a fair fight. Izuku launched at Gaia, moving so fast that he vanished the moment his punch would have connected, the only sounds the rustle of grass as he slipped through the air. Gaia observed that Izuku had become much faster and that the new suit helped mask his presence, making him harder to follow. Izuku's movements were stealthy and surprising, giving him an additional advantage. Izuku reappeared to Gaia's left just as Gaia tried to strike, and then materialized at his right to land a punch. Gaia admitted he was impressed that Izuku had landed a blow despite not using the same fierce determination he had shown before. The others were amazed by Izuku's speed and that he had hit Gaia. Gaia wondered if Izuku had retained some of the power from his earlier determination. Izuku said he might have, but his motivation was clear. He needed the strength to protect his friends. Gaia noted that Izuku's apparent confidence might have made him comfortable and then unleashed a pillar of flames from beneath Izuku. He revealed he could control more than one element and smiled as Izuku's suit took only light damage thanks to its heat resistance. Gaia acknowledged that Izuku could counter 2 of his 4 elements and found that impressive after so few fights. He said he was glad to have joined the league because it allowed him to face Izuku more often. Fighting Izuku was the only thing that truly excited him. Izuku thanked him for the praise and prepared to pull back and strike again. Gaia questioned whether Izuku thought he could get close enough in an instant to land that punch, challenging him to prove it. Gaia noted that Izuku was a close-range fighter and that, even before an opponent closed in, he could easily block an attack if he knew it was coming. Izuku launched a punch, but a sudden high-pressure gust struck Gaia and sent him flying. Gaia landed harshly and showed a cut at his lip and a mark on his forehead. Gaia observed with a mix of surprise and amusement that Izuku had learned the technique. Gaia then sent multiple pillars of fire toward Izuku. Izuku formed an air current around the flames, turning them into a swirling tornado and carving air slashes within it. He dispelled the vortex expecting to find his foe, but Izuku remained unharmed. Gaia was amazed at Izuku's evasions. Izuku produced a burst of air pressure, and Gaia countered with a fireball that created a powerful explosion. When the smoke cleared, Gaia smiled and remarked that he had not expected Izuku to improve so much during his recovery. Izuku, in turn, noted that Gaia appeared to be holding back. Gaia laughed at the observation. Class 1A arrived with Aizawa and Cementos. All of them looked on in shock at Izuku and Gaia, both looking battered. Izuku had small burns and a few superficial cuts from the explosion, and Gaia showed fresh cuts on his face. Aizawa asked if Izuku was actually winning. Mirio explained that Gaia was holding back to test him. Aizawa, worried, acknowledged that Gaia was assessing Izuku's progress. Bakugo began to stride toward Izuku. Izuku warned Bakugo to stay back, explaining that he and Gaia had agreed to a one-on-one fight. Bakugo halted. Izuku lunged at Gaia, attempting an air cannon, but Gaia raised a wall from the ground to block the wind. A column of fire erupted beneath Izuku, which he barely avoided. As he closed in, a pillar of earth shot past Gaia and struck the space in front of Izuku's stomach, forcing him back. Gaia admitted that Izuku was persistent. Izuku asked why, if he controlled 4 elements, he had been using only 3. Gaia replied that there was no need to rush his death, and the ground erupted with spikes. Izuku tried to evade, but an explosion struck his back and propelled him toward the spikes. One grazed his side and left him injured. The onlookers cried out in alarm. Gaia accused Bakugo of interfering. Sprang from the earth and stopped inches from Bakugo's throat in a clear warning. Gaia made it clear that while Bakugo might be Shigaraki's objective, interfering in his fights was unacceptable. Kurojiri ordered them to leave, reminding Gaia that their objective was complete. Gaia relented, warning that any repeat interference would be fatal, and then apologized to Izuku for the interruption, saying their duel would have to be postponed so Izuku could recover. Bakugo walked toward Kurojiri. Izuku demanded that the fight continue, but Gaia insisted that Izuku heal and be at his best for their next encounter. Bakugo turned and fired an attack at Izuku, which Gaia blocked with a combined wall of fire and air. Gaia declared that he would not allow Bakugo to harm Izuku further. Izuku fell to his knees and asked why Bakugo had aligned himself with the villains. Bakugo answered that the villains offered more freedom to use his quirk. He argued that heroes and villains were not so different, only that heroes are constrained by rules. He said he preferred the freedom to act as he pleased. He admitted he enjoyed the power and the ability to inflict harm without restraint. Izuku confronted Bakugo about the death of his mother and the attack on their home. Bakugo revealed that he had told the villains where Izuku lived and had even assisted them in breaching the door during the attack. The confession shattered Izuku, who collapsed to his knees, devastated by the betrayal. Energy surged from Izuku, and Gaia quietly noted the change in his power. Bakugo began to taunt him, but Izuku cut him off with a fierce, controlled assault. He delivered a powerful kick that sent Bakugo flying, then followed with a knee to the stomach. Bakugo doubled over and began coughing. Izuku slammed Bakugo's face into the ground, then hauled him back up by his hair and shifted his grip to Bakugo's throat before unleashing a flurry of heavy strikes to his midsection. Bakugo was driven back by the assault, coughing and visibly injured from the barrage. Bakugo eventually fell unconscious. A bystander sneered at him for taking the easy way out of the fight. Izuku then lifted him and delivered a heavy kick as Bakugo collapsed in front of Kurojiri. Izuku ordered Kurojiri to take Bakugo away before he could do worse. Everyone around them recoiled, terrified by both Bakugo's actions and Izuku's fierce reaction. Gaia, meanwhile, watched in stunned excitement and shouted that this was the power they needed, urging them to keep improving so their next fight would be even more thrilling. He lifted Bakugo with a gust of wind and flung him through the portal, then followed, and Kurojiri disappeared as well. Everyone stood frozen after those events. Mirio managed to take a few slow steps forward as Izuku dropped to one knee. Mirio reached for him and called his name, but Izuku slammed his fist into the ground in a burst of raw force that cracked the pavement and sent debris flying. After that, Izuku collapsed into unconsciousness. Izuku lay collapsed in front of his friends after being struck by Gaia's attack and hit from behind by Bakugo. He felt betrayed and shattered. Not only had a friend attacked him, but the painful truth about Bakugo's connection to his mother's death had been revealed. Mirio moved quickly to take Izuku to Recovery Girl. Izuku was badly wounded and bleeding. Recovery Girl performed emergency treatment to clean and close his injuries. Mirio, Aizawa, Nejire, Kirishima, Ida, and Nizu gathered to watch as Recovery Girl worked. She reported that she had healed his body, but she could not predict how he would be mentally when he awoke. He was in worse condition than when he had learned about his mother's death, both physically and emotionally. Nizu could not accept that one of their students had committed such acts, and Aizawa's jaw tightened in disbelief. Nejire expressed her worry for Izuku. Recovery Girl explained that Izuku was keeping himself unconscious. He had enough energy to wake, and his wounds were stabilizing, but he remained completely closed off and unresponsive. Ida asked if there was any way to bring him out of that state, and Recovery Girl admitted she had no certain solution and was unsure whether forcing him awake would be wise given all he had learned. Nejire insisted they needed to help him, while Mirio worried about how they would contain him if he lost control. With nothing more to do that day, they left the infirmary. Nejire, Mirio, and Tamaki stayed up longer, comforting one another. Nejire struggled to accept that someone who had been Izuku's childhood friend could betray him so brutally and be implicated in his mother's death. Mirio and Tamaki hoped he would recover, and Nejire admitted she would be broken and furious if she were in Izuku's place. Mirio shivered at the memory of Izuku's fury in the fight with Bakugo and urged them to sleep and check on Izuku in the morning. The next morning, as they approached the nurse's office, they heard shouting and then a blood-curdling scream. An explosion rocked the building, throwing Kirishima through the door in his hardened state. Kirishima reported that Izuku had woken up and that he was not calm. They rushed inside to find the infirmary in ruins and Izuku seething with anger. Mirio tried to reason with him, but Izuku ignored him and walked out. Mirio instructed Nejire to follow Izuku through the air while Tamaki and he gathered teachers to help. Nejire watched Izuku leap across rooftops. Some of his clothes were torn from the battle. He landed in the city, creating another powerful blast and a crater. Nejire saw he had been surrounded by a group of villains. A villain charged from behind, but Izuku struck him with such force that the assailant was sent crashing through a wall. Izuku slammed the ground, sending shockwaves that lofted other villains into the air. He vanished and reappeared in front of different groups, taking them down with swift, decisive moves. Nejire observed in stunned silence as Izuku moved through the fray. He reappeared in the midst of a larger battle where Best Jeanist and Gang Orca were engaged with villains. Izuku's arrival drew everyone's attention, both heroes and villains. Nejire called for him to stop and pleaded for calm, explaining to the other heroes that Izuku had lost control of his rage after too much trauma. Best Jeanist recalled Izuku's selflessness and past heroics, and Gang Orca added that he had heard of the young hero's many sacrifices. As the leader of the villains confronted him, Izuku advanced with measured fury. The leader shouted a challenge, and Izuku suddenly shot forward and launched a powerful uppercut that sent the leader stumbling, the battle continuing to unfold around them. Izuku created an air cut with a kick that sent everyone stumbling backward. Gang Orca noted that Izuku was insanely powerful. Best Jeanist warned that it was dangerous to let him run wild, and wondered what would happen if that focus shifted. Best Jeanist used his quirk to restrain Izuku while Gang Orca closed in and slammed shockwaves against him to hold him in place. Izuku slowly began to break free. A sudden burst of energy pushed Gang Orca back, and Izuku lunged, striking Gang Orca in the gut hard enough to knock him out while the larger hero hung from Izuku's fist. Izuku then turned and launched himself toward Best Jeanist. Nejire leaped in front of Best Jeanist to stop him, and Izuku's fist halted just an inch from Nejire's face as he visibly struggled to hold himself back. He jumped away, still shaking. Best Jeanist urged Nejire to stay with Izuku, saying that for some reason Izuku could not attack her and that she might be the only one who could reach him. Nejire followed at top speed as Izuku tore through several villain hideouts, destroying them in seconds. All Might arrived, asking where Izuku was, and another explosion marked Izuku's landing. They hurried to where he stood. All Might demanded what had happened to Izuku, who was panting but driven by raw anger. Nejire pointed out that villains were crawling from the rubble, and worried aloud that Izuku had been attacking villain hideouts because he was seeking revenge on Bakugo. Nejire explained that Bakugo had been Izuku's childhood friend and greatest supporter, and that learning Bakugo had faked everything and was responsible for his mother's death had devastated Izuku. Izuku lashed out emotionally, accusing the person he had trusted most of betrayal and declaring he would kill him. All Might and Nejire pursued him as he ran again. Suddenly something pushed Izuku down to the ground. Gaia stood between them and Izuku. Izuku ordered Gaia to move. Gaia, looking sad, asked if what had happened yesterday had affected Izuku so deeply and begged him to calm down. Izuku shouted again for Gaia to move. Gaia said he did not want to fight him in this state. He wanted to face the Izuku who had trained to protect his friends, not the one consumed by rage. All Might jumped down beside Gaia as Izuku landed. Nejire thanked Gaia for stopping him. Gaia reminded her that he was technically an enemy, but Nejire said she did not care he had stopped Izuku from rampaging. Gaia reflected that if Bakugo had betrayed Izuku in that way, it would explain his fury. He admitted he had joined the League of Villains to have a full-power fight with Izuku, because people like Bakugo infuriated him. The fight escalated. Izuku and All Might clashed, their fists meeting as Izuku pushed All Might back with surprising force. Gaia created a small support under All Might's feet to steady him. Izuku then struck All Might in the side, knocking him to his knees and leaving him coughing and clearly hurt. Gaia used a gust of wind to blow Izuku back while Nejire pleaded for him not to be killed. Gaia turned back to face Izuku with a calm, determined expression. Izuku charged again and slammed into a defensive wall Gaia raised. He smashed through, screaming and driving his power forward, but Gaia used surrounding water to soften and slow the blows, nullifying some of the impact. Izuku's kick was stopped by the water, and a barrage of punches was blocked when Gaia spread the water wider. Gaia countered with fire spears that Izuku deflected, and then surrounded him with a cyclone, but Izuku's force and determination let him break through the whirlwind. Gaia asked Nejire if she trusted him. He warned that what he was about to do would seem harsh but promised he was not going to kill Izuku. He wanted to fight him when Izuku was sane and at full strength. Nejire agreed to trust him this once. Gaia approached Izuku and used water to briefly overwhelm him, splashing over his head and disorienting him enough to break the rampage. Izuku panicked at first, but Gaia quickly withdrew the water and brought a surge of earth up to hold Izuku in place. Nejire flew to Izuku and, instead of speaking, hugged him tightly. Izuku panted and initially struggled, but Nejire's embrace soothed him and he slowly calmed, the frantic edge in him fading. Gaia remarked that if Nejire had not intervened, Izuku would likely have broken free again within seconds given his strength. Gaia explained that acting on impulse at the last second lets a person convert their feelings toward someone. Nejire thanked Gaia without looking at him. Gaia told Nejire he would leave the rest to her and that he would see Izuku in the future, when they could have a proper fight without interruptions. Nejire then asked Izuku to calm down, saying it hurt to see him like that. Izuku erupted, accusing others of betrayal over his mother's death. Nejire responded that one betrayal should not change who he was. She told him that if he truly could not trust anyone or hated her because she was human, he could do what he thought he had to. She stepped in front of him and used her quirk to blast the ground away from around him. All Might murmured that it was a dangerous path. Izuku moved closer with a raised fist. All Might wanted to intervene, but Izuku suddenly broke down, crying, and collapsed into Nejire. Nejire cradled his head and sank to her knees with him. Nejire told him to let it all out and that she would always be there. Izuku groaned that it was so painful. Nejire felt his power surge from within and sensed a fierce struggle he could not control. He pushed her away as another burst of energy shook him. Izuku shouted and struck the ground with a violent release of power, creating an enormous crater. Nejire immediately sat beside him, placed his head back against her, and held him while encouraging him to release his anger and sadness. All Might stood astonished at the size of the crater from a single blow. Nejire gently patted Izuku's head as he surrendered to exhaustion. She asked softly if he was calming down, and he nodded faintly. She suggested returning to Yue because everyone was worried. Izuku gripped her arm and asked to stay like that a little longer. Nejire agreed, remaining with him until he fell asleep. She held him close and then used her quirk to fly them gently out of the crater. Nejire dipped on All Might, who said he was all right and asked how Izuku was. Nejire reported that Izuku was completely drained and suggested they return to Yue. All Might said he was ready to move and offered to carry Izuku. Nejire noticed Izuku still holding her arm in his sleep and said she could transport him with her quirk. They returned to Yue. Nejire flew carefully to protect him from wind and cold, while All Might gathered the teachers to inform them that Izuku had calmed down. At Yue, Nejire brought Izuku to his dormitory where Mirio and Tamaki were waiting. Everyone hurried forward, and Nejire quickly hushed them, saying she would bring Izuku to his room and look after him. She carried him upstairs and laid him on his bed. As she rose to fetch some things, Izuku woke and gripped her arm, asking not to be left alone. Nejire told him she would only get a few things and something to eat and would return, and she pressed a brief, comforting kiss to his forehead. Nejire returned with food and some supplies. Izuku sat with his knees drawn up and his face hidden but looked up when she came back. Nejire handed him the food and, when he wondered why she was wearing pajamas in the middle of the day, explained that she had changed into something comfortable because she planned to stay with him. She sat on the bed beside him. They lay facing each other. Nejire wrapped her arms around him and he rested his face against her. Izuku thanked her for being there and said he was glad she was with him. Nejire told him she would not be anywhere else and that she cared for him deeply. Izuku returned the sentiments softly before falling asleep in her arms. Izuku eventually regained himself, able to think clearly and to use his power without losing control. Chapter End. Izuku had begun training again, and Nejire always watched over him. She noticed that when he grew serious he became colder and quieter, but he was still the Izuku she had fallen in love with. Nejire resolved she would not leave him again, and she did not want him to leave her. She watched him train until Mirio arrived with Tamaki following slowly behind. Mirio observed that Izuku was training again, and Tamaki added that Izuku had gotten much stronger but seemed intimidating when he was serious. Nejire agreed and said that it was not surprising given everything he had gone through. The three of them watched Izuku before Tamaki called him over. Izuku approached and apologized for not noticing them. Tamaki reassured him that they had just arrived. Izuku asked what they wanted to talk about. Tamaki said they had been thinking, and Mirio finished by saying they wanted to spar with Izuku. Izuku reacted with surprise and asked where that idea had come from. Mirio explained that Izuku had been fighting alone and they wanted to test themselves as a team and grow stronger to support him. Nejire stood and said they were tired of watching from the sidelines while he got hurt. From now on they wanted to fight by his side and asked him to spar with all three of them so they could learn how to help him. Izuku agreed on 2 conditions. When Mirio asked what they were, Izuku stated that 1, his fight with Gaia would be one-on-one, and 2, Aizawa had to approve and provide a place to spar. Mirio accepted the second condition but asked why the one-on-one with Gaia mattered. Izuku explained that he wanted a fair fight without interruptions. He insisted Gaia would not stop unless Izuku beat him outright, and that Gaia was someone Izuku needed to face at full strength. Nejire accepted, then guided Izuku toward the teacher's office with Mirio and Tamaki walking beside her. They found the teachers in a meeting, but the conversation stopped when the teachers saw the big three arriving with Izuku. Aizawa asked if he could help. Mirio explained that they wanted permission to spar with Izuku. Nejire added that they did not want to remain on the sidelines any longer and wanted to fight alongside Izuku so they could become a stronger team and better assist him in battle. Most of the teachers reacted with surprise, while Midnight and Snipe looked pleased. Midnight recommended granting permission and said she wanted to watch the fight. Snipe agreed. Aizawa cautioned Izuku that fighting the top three as a team would be harder than his fight with All Might, especially given everything Izuku had been through. Izuku smiled and told Aizawa that they were determined and he could not let them down. He also said he was fine. Aizawa asked if they had a preferred location. Mirio suggested a venue with spectators since many would want to watch. Midnight proposed using the stadium from the sports festival, noting it was available once a year and had many seats and plenty of space. Cementos agreed. Aizawa nodded, and Mirio asked Izuku. Izuku accepted, smiling. Midnight stood and said she would get permission to use the stadium for the next day. Izuku returned to his dorm to shower and came out to find Nejire waiting for him with a warm smile. She said she was staying with him, and they walked toward his room while talking. Izuku asked if she had known the others' plan to challenge him. Nejire said she had not, though she had suspected it and wanted to join them. Izuku told her he would not go easy on them just because he cared about them. Nejire teased that he would have to prove he could do it. They continued to tease and talk as the day passed. Nejire mentioned she had not seen Mirio and Tamaki since Izuku left earlier. They usually stopped by but were gone this time. Izuku realized he had not seen them either. Nejire asked whether Izuku really wanted to fight so soon with the license exam coming up next week and worried about accidents. Izuku laughed and reminded her he had faced life-threatening situations before and could handle it. That night they slept close, both quietly anticipating the challenge ahead. In the morning, a few knocks woke them. Mirio called good morning and his head popped through the door using his quirk. Izuku and Nejire woke and got up quickly. Nejire, still tired, threw a pillow at Mirio before they all got ready, ate, and headed to the sports festival arena. When they arrived, Mirio, Tamaki, and Aizawa were already waiting. Izuku greeted everyone, and the preparations for the sparring match began. Izuku told Aizawa that he had one more request. Aizawa replied that they would be using hero suits and handed Izuku and Nejire their bags. Aizawa added with a grin that he had brought the suits in advance, knowing Izuku would ask. They changed quickly and walked toward the field. When they arrived, a large crowd was cheering. Izuku observed that every seat was filled and a camera crew was present. Mirio pointed out that the matchup UA's Big Three versus the person who had defeated the symbol of peace, All Might had drawn attention, since many people already knew them and had heard great stories about Izuku. They saw Ryukyu, Fat Gum, and Night Eye taking positions. Izuku noticed them but did not recognize them at the time. Cementos asked if they were ready. Izuku confirmed that they were, and Cementos explained that he had removed the usual barrier field so they could use the entire space up to the audience stands. Izuku jumped to the far side of the field. Microphones around the arena allowed everyone in the stadium and viewers at home to hear. Nejire asked why Izuku had jumped suddenly. Izuku explained that they were going to fight and that he would not go easy on them, then took a stance with a confident smile. Mirio and Tamaki readied themselves while Nejire floated upward and charged her quirk. Mirio and Tamaki surged toward Izuku as Nejire fired. Izuku deflected the attack, and when Nejire's move dissipated, two tentacles appeared inches from him. He backflipped as Mirio appeared behind him and attempted a punch. Izuku adjusted midair and narrowly avoided the strike. Tamaki launched a swordfish nose at Izuku in an attempt to cut him. Izuku caught the swordfish nose, but Mirio materialized in front of him. Mirio only smiled before Nejire's attack passed through. Izuku blocked and was held in place by a tentacle. Tamaki launched the swordfish arm again while Nejire fired another shot. Izuku grabbed the nose and used his hand to hold back Nejire's quirk. Mirio attacked from below, but Izuku used Nejire's energy to deflect Mirio's arm, kicked Mirio away, spun Tamaki by the swordfish, and threw him toward Nejire. Nejire caught Tamaki, and in that moment Izuku vanished from sight, then struck them, sending both toward the ground. The crowd erupted in cheers. Izuku, Mirio, Tamaki, and Nejire were all breathing hard. Izuku commented that the three of them certainly did not make it easy and that he had been lucky to counter when he did. Mirio praised Izuku's speed for keeping up with their combos. Izuku acknowledged their teamwork and said they still lacked one thing. Mirio asked what that would be as he prepared for another exchange. Tamaki briefly grew bird-like wings on his back, and Nejire rose higher into the air. Tamaki's quirk allowed him to transform parts of his body into things he had eaten, and he had recently refined that ability so he could summon forms based on foods he had consumed long ago. Izuku said the missing element was decisive power to finish a fight. He disappeared and reappeared in front of Mirio, who managed to block him. Mirio grabbed Izuku's arm while Tamaki restrained him with two tentacles. Nejire fired a full power blast at Izuku's chest, and Mirio followed with a punch to concentrate the impact. The combined force sent Izuku flying and he landed heavily on the field. He noted that their tactic could work if they kept creating openings like that, since they could not rely on the same trick twice. He closed his eyes to assess the situation. A man in glasses nearby wondered what Izuku was doing. With his eyes shut, Izuku perceived the battlefield like a map. Mirio had gone underground, Nejire was positioned above, and Tamaki was in motion. Izuku anticipated the coordinated attack from 3 heights and readied himself. Mirio tried a low sweep from below. Tamaki transformed his arms into an elephant-like nose to strike, and Nejire fired 2 shots that curled toward Izuku. Izuku opened his eyes and shifted expression, then unleashed a burst of energy that pushed all 3 attackers and their attacks outward without causing graphic harm. The crowd reacted loudly to the display. Izuku held onto the elephant nose as he was shoved back a few inches, pulled it closer, and struck Tamaki to send him into the wall. He flipped high to reach Nejire and delivered a quick, controlled strike that knocked her off balance and caused her to crash to the ground. Izuku landed, vanished, and landed a precise strike on Mirio that knocked him off his feet and to the ground. Midnight declared Izuku Midoriya the winner, and the audience cheered. Izuku took a deep breath to calm down. Mirio, Tamaki, and Nejire rose slowly, wobbling as they stood. Izuku offered a weak smile and asked if they were okay. Mirio said they were fine and remarked that Izuku had been incredibly fast and strong. They had barely noticed his approach. Izuku admitted that he had been forced to go serious. A voice called out from above as someone descended from the roof. Gaia jumped down and landed, stating that while Izuku had performed an amazing display of power, he believed Izuku was stronger than what they had just witnessed. The big 3 took a stance to fight him but then remembered their promise to Izuku. Izuku thanked Gaia and explained that Nejire had told him Gaia had stopped him when he had been on a rampage, which surprised everyone, including Gaia. Gaia admitted Izuku was strange but said he was welcome and that he had intervened because he did not want things to end poorly for Izuku, partly because he planned to be the one to face him in a proper fight later. Izuku asked if Gaia had come to fight, and Gaia observed that Izuku was unusually calm for someone expecting a battle. Gaia then said he had only come to watch the match and that Izuku's growth had impressed him. Izuku answered that he aimed to defeat Gaia someday, and Gaia said the remark fired him up but that they would save their fight for another time. As Gaia began to walk away, Izuku called out his name and declared that when they fought, it would be only the 2 of them, no onlookers. Gaia grinned and launched a light punch that formed a small burst of air. The burst met Izuku's raised fist in a brief, friendly impact. Gaia repeated that he wanted a fair fight with no spectators, and the crowd erupted at the challenge. Izuku grinned, noting that Gaia had picked up some fans. Gaia left with a final farewell, and Izuku told him he would be waiting. Afterward, other heroes praised the big 3 and Izuku for their performance. 3 heroes then approached them. Mirio introduced the men who had come with them. Mirio identified his companion as the man known as Night Eye. Nejire pointed out Ryukyu. Tamaki introduced Fat Gum. Izuku bowed and introduced himself, the older heroes. replied that they already knew who he was. Fat Gum explained that they were the ones who had requested Izuku's assistance. Night Eye asked if there was a place to speak privately, and Mirio led them to the waiting rooms that participants normally use during the sports festival. They sat around a table and began their discussion. Night Eye asked Izuku about a detail from the fight. He had noticed that when Izuku closed his eyes, his movements became more precise and seemed to anticipate 3 opponents at once, something even Night Eye's foresight found difficult. Izuku explained that his quirk, Enhance, amplified his body, mind, and senses. He had trained his senses to the point that he could sense people and objects around him and, when he closed his eyes, form a clear mental picture of the surroundings as if watching from above. Thanks to his speed, he could respond instantly to what he visualized. He added that going serious put him into another state that further sharpened his abilities. Ryukyu noted that this ability would be useful for their mission and added that she had heard Izuku had been the one to save Nejire when villains had locked her away. Izuku confirmed that he had used his heightened senses to move in the dark, avoid enemies, and eventually escape after a fight. Night Eye then asked Izuku to consider working for his agency once he obtained his hero license, offering work-study opportunities and the possibility of joining the agency after graduation alongside Mirio. Mirio expressed enthusiasm, and Izuku asked to delay his answer. Night Eye agreed that the offer would stand and asked why Izuku needed time. Izuku admitted that, although he wanted to help, he could not guarantee he would be alive by the time graduation came. The group reacted with wide-eyed surprise. Izuku stated that he knew they would be wondering why he said that. Izuku told Gaia that a man wanted to fight him one-on-one at full power. If the man won, Izuku would die, and if Izuku won, the man would join the heroes. Izuku admitted that the thought of it made his body shake. He added that the man could destroy the world if he went on a rampage and that he controlled the 4 elements almost perfectly. Ryukyu said she had heard of him before. She relayed that Nejire had told her about their first fight and that Nejire had been terrified. Ryukyu asked what had happened. Izuku answered bluntly that he had been completely overwhelmed. He explained that his mission had been to try to turn the man to the heroes, but to do that he had to beat him. They had fought all night and Izuku had never managed to land a hit. The man had launched him into UA and left him close to death. Izuku added that the man had spared him that time because Izuku had managed to land a few blows while protecting Nejire. Ryukyu listened, sweat forming on her brow, and said she understood. Night Eye asked if Izuku could beat the man. Izuku admitted he was not sure. He wanted to believe he could, but he did not know whether the man had ever gone 100% against him. The man had never used his water element, which suggested one of the 4 elements had been held back. Izuku said he was not planning to die, but he could not promise the future under those conditions. Night Eye smiled and said he was glad Izuku wanted to help with the mission and that he was welcome to begin the work study. They took their leave. Night Eye wished Izuku good luck on his exam, and Izuku left slowly while the big 3 stood silently. The week that followed passed as usual with lessons and training until the day of the exam arrived. Izuku stood and looked at the building where it would be held, taking in the moment. Aizawa reminded the students that this was the time to earn their provisional licenses. Passing would allow them to work semi-pro as heroes. He led them inside. Everyone changed into their hero suits and the exam began. The assessment was divided into 2 parts, the ball challenge and a rescue training exercise. During the rescue portion, simulated buildings exploded and volunteers acted as injured civilians. Izuku had already carried 1 injured person to the first aid station when a wall collapsed and Gang Orca appeared only to suddenly slump to the ground, clearly not acting normally. Medical staff at the first aid station called for attention. Izuku noted that Gang Orca had been part of the exam but something was wrong. He closed his eyes to assess the scene and called for Shinso. Shinso ran up to him. Izuku told Shinso they would form the front line. As smoke cleared, Bakugo arrived, flanked by more villains. Bakugo mocked the appearance of the number 10 hero and claimed he had easily defeated him. Warp gates then opened around the first aid station, and several strong villains and a few Nomu stepped through. Izuku asked if the villains could be left to Shinso. Shinso replied that he could hold them long enough for Izuku to deal with the other threat, though he looked toward Bakugo with concern. Izuku said he would handle Bakugo if he charged, put on a serious expression, and closed his eyes to concentrate. There were still several students at the first aid station. Izuku ordered that the injured be evacuated while he and Shinso held the line. A student asked if he was sure. Izuku affirmed they had to get the civilians to safety and that he and Shinso could buy time until reinforcements arrived. A panicked student pointed out they were surrounded. Shinso stepped forward and used his quirk to push several villains back, but the effort left him briefly immobile. A Nomu charged at him. A bystander shouted a warning, and Izuku shoved Shinso out of the way and intercepted the Nomu, redirecting its attack. Another Nomu lunged at the first aid table, but Izuku appeared to block and deflect the blow, creating an opening for the injured to move out. He urged everyone to go while holding incoming threats away, and Shinso used his quirk to disrupt the other villains. Eventually the heroes escorting the first aid station and the injured managed to escape, with Class 1A assisting their evacuation. Todoroki and Inasa arrived to support Izuku and Shinso. Izuku moved in quick, precise bursts to block Nomo from pursuing the injured while Inasa and Todoroki covered Shinso as he continued to use his quirk. Despite their efforts, the group was gradually being pressured into a corner. Izuku checked on them and asked how they were holding up. Todoroki responded that they still had fight left, but he asked if Izuku was all right facing so many Nomu. Izuku replied that these Nomu were nothing compared to others he had faced. Todoroki started to engage further, and then Bakugo reappeared behind the Nomu. Todoroki warned that the situation was worse now that Bakugo had joined the fray, and he tried to help Izuku but was thwarted by a villain's quirk. Izuku observed that Bakugo had finally arrived. Bakugo announced he was not the same as before and that the boss had given him a gift. He then unleashed a powerful explosion at Izuku. The blast detonated with enormous force, carving out a huge crater. Izuku deduced that Bakugo must have gained an additional quirk that boosted his destructive power and managed to block the explosion. Izuku warned that he was not the same as before, then suddenly vanished and reappeared in the same spot as the Nomu collapsed around him. Bakugo challenged him, asking if defeating those creatures meant anything, and Izuku warned him to be careful before vanishing again. He reappeared with his fist an inch from Bakugo's face. Bakugo smirked and produced an explosion that Izuku evaded. Bakugo launched another blast toward Todoroki, Shindo, and Inasa. They saw it coming but could not get clear in time. Izuku intercepted it and redirected the force, buying time as Bakugo used his quirk to fly toward the new first aid station. Izuku followed and met the next huge explosion, kicking the blast away to prevent it from hitting the medics. He stated that he would not allow Bakugo to hurt anyone or reach the victims. Bakugo prepared another attack, but Izuku closed the distance. Using a burst of speed that generated compressed air around his arm, Izuku absorbed the blast at close range and sent Bakugo sprawling. Izuku then charged, landed a series of precise strikes that knocked Bakugo down, and backed away to assess whether the fight was over. Bakugo rose and aimed his gauntlet, taunting about its power, then pulled the pin and unleashed an enormous explosion. Those nearby shouted a warning as Izuku held out one arm into the blast. The collision produced a massive plume of smoke. When it cleared, Izuku stood there unhurt. He observed that Bakugo's explosions had increased but his attacks lacked conviction. Izuku moved in and delivered a calculated strike that sent Bakugo to the ground, then pushed him away to keep him from the first aid station. IzukuxNejire ordered a retreat for the group. Bakugo shouted that he had come to kill Izuku, and a sudden whirlwind rose between them. Gaia appeared and told Bakugo that Izuku was his to defeat, looking at Izuku in a way that made him uneasy. Bakugo conceded, warned Izuku that he had been lucky this time, and passed through a gate with IzukuxNejire. Gaia went through as well, and they all vanished. Izuku, eyes still closed, asked if everyone was all right. A girl thanked him with a smile. The exam concluded. Initially, the organizers had considered canceling because of the villain attack, but they decided that witnessing students respond to a genuine threat was more valuable than proceeding under normal conditions. All the students gathered to watch the display of results. Many had failed after panicking during the attack, but Izuku found his name among those who passed. The screen confirmed his result as passed. Back at UA, Izuku and his classmates had all earned their licenses after performing well during the villain incursion. They had also held off Bakugo, though Izuku's palm had been burned and he had kept it to himself. He had not considered that someone else might notice when he tried to hide the injury. Nizu, the faculty, and the big three waited for them at the school. Mike asked how it had gone, and the students cheered, lifting their licenses. Nizu expressed pride in their achievement, noting how few attempted licensing in their first year. Snipe commented on the added challenges they had faced. Midnight asked whether the League of Villains had appeared, and Aizawa explained the situation. The task had been to rescue victims and deal with staged villains, but genuine villains had intervened. Todoroki, Izuku, and 2 students from Ketsubatsu Academy had managed to secure the area and relocate the first aid station. Aizawa emphasized Izuku's effectiveness in fending off multiple Nomu and protecting others, and that he had pushed Bakugo back despite Bakugo's increased destructive power. Nizu wondered aloud how dangerous Bakugo would be if his destructive force continued to grow. Izuku hesitated, then explained that Bakugo had seemed weaker in a way, his attacks more like unfocused bursts than determined strikes. He scratched his head and winced from the sting where his burned hand made contact. Izuku clarified that the outcome was not entirely his doing. He revealed that Gaia had been the one to halt the escalation. The others reacted with surprise. Izuku added that Gaia had not fought directly but had intervened by telling Bakugo that Izuku was his to defeat. Nizu advised everyone to return to their dorms since it was late. While the others lingered to talk, Izuku walked back to the dormitory. Nejire called for him to wait and ran after him, asking if he was all right. Izuku admitted that he felt confused. Bakugo, once a friend and aspiring hero, now seemed like a threat and was implicated in his mother's death. Gaia, supposedly an enemy, had interfered to stop the villains and had helped Izuku before. Nejire advised him not to dwell on it too much and assured him that he would find answers in time. Izuku thanked her, and Nejire suggested they go to his room so she could tend his injured hand. He chuckled and followed her. Izuku revealed the burned palm of his hand and explained that he had blocked Bakugo's full power with it. If it had been Bakugo at his usual strength, he said, the burn would have reached at least his elbow. Nejire asked if it was from Bakugo's attack. After treating Izuku's hand, Izuku and Nejire walked toward his dormitory. Izuku wanted to lie down and sleep early because he was exhausted from the exam when someone knocked on the door. Izuku invited them in. Mirio and Tamaki entered and closed the door behind them. Mirio handed Izuku his phone because it was connected to someone. Izuku answered, and Night Eye arranged to meet the next day at 3 in his office, saying Mirio would bring Izuku there. Izuku found the call curt and a little confusing, and Mirio told him not to worry. Aizawa arrived just then. Izuku asked if Aizawa had been called about a mission. Aizawa confirmed he knew a little and said the target was a group called the Shy Hasaikai, rumored to be producing a drag that cancelled or interfered with quirks. Aizawa added that the drag was the biggest problem. Mirio explained that they had been investigating for a while and had coordinated with other agencies, including Ryukyu's and Fatgum's. They had considered asking Eraserhead as well, and when the agencies learned of Izuku, they requested his assistance. Izuku summarized his understanding that the mission was to stop the villain group and find the drag they had created. Mirio agreed and said they were still investigating and would also try to discover how the drag was made. Mirio then showed a picture of their primary target, Kai Chisaki, also known as Overhaul, and warned Izuku to avoid him for now. Izuku acknowledged the warning and, yawning, explained that he was very tired. Mirio promised to bring Izuku to the agency the next day and took his leave with Tamaki and Aizawa after exchanging goodnights. Izuku and Nejire fell asleep together. Nejire rested her head against his chest. The night passed quickly, and when Izuku woke, Nejire was already gone. He assumed she had gone to meet her friends. Izuku completed his morning routine and training, showered, grabbed some food, and prepared to go with Mirio to Nitai's agency. On the way, a small girl accidentally bumped into Izuku. He apologized and reached out to help her, but the girl froze at the sight of his injured hand and then clung to Izuku when she heard footsteps behind her. A man stepped out of an alley and introduced himself as her guardian. Izuku recognized the man as Overhaul and immediately went on guard. Izuku spoke politely and suggested the girl might have hurt herself when she bumped into him. Overhaul reacted with surprise but remained calm, explaining that the girl sometimes ran off and hurt herself and apologizing for the trouble. When Izuku asked if he was her guardian, Overhaul corrected him and said he was her father. Izuku admitted he had assumed Overhaul was younger and had unintentionally commented on his appearance, and Overhaul accepted the compliment. Mirio reminded them that they could not keep their boss waiting. Overhaul wished them luck and left with the girl. Once Overhaul disappeared, Mirio praised Izuku. Izuku admitted inwardly that he had wanted to grab the girl and run, but he had judged that sudden action would endanger the mission. He had noticed bandages on the girl and felt an ominous presence from Overhaul, so he had kept the conversation calm to avoid escalation. Mirio confirmed that Izuku had done the right thing. They continued to Night Eye's agency. Inside, many heroes had gathered, including IzukuxNejire and Tamaki. Night Eye arrived and called everyone inside to begin the meeting. Rocklock asked why UA students were present and whether they would hinder the operation. Night Eye responded that the students would not hold them back and might in fact be an asset. Night Eye asked everyone to consider the well-known names from UA, mentioning the prominent students and a kid who had defeated a Nomu strong enough to threaten All Might. He revealed that the 4 individuals they had heard about were exactly those students. Rocklock reacted with disbelief, unable to accept that one of those kids might be stronger than All Might and that 3 of them were among the so-called Big 3. Night Eye stated that whether they believed it or not did not matter, it was true either way. He introduced everyone to Izuku Midoriya and explained that he had originally planned for a smaller group, but after hearing about Izuku from Mirio he knew they would need his power. Night Eye gestured toward Izuku, and Izuku stood and bowed. Rocklock remarked that Izuku did not look particularly tough. Izuku smiled innocently and suggested that Rocklock would change his mind once he saw him in action. Aizawa watched with an amused grin. Night Eye said he had spoken with Izuku beforehand and asked him to explain his quirk. Izuku described that his quirk enhanced everything: body, mind, and senses. He explained that his physical abilities were the result of rigorous training, while his mental and sensory enhancements had developed more naturally and had also been honed through practice. He said he could sense everything around him. With his eyes open he could feel it, and with them closed he could form a mental map, perceiving even the slightest movements, sounds, and faint smells. Rocklock expressed disbelief at the claims and pointed out that recruiting someone for a mission based on what seemed impossible was risky. Izuku offered a demonstration. Aizawa smiled his usual smile. Mirio, Tamaki, and Nejire stood, and Ryukyu volunteered to join the demonstration and shifted into a larger, dragon-like form. Izuku asked to be blindfolded, and Aizawa stepped forward. Rocklock raised a practical concern about whether it would be opaque, and Aizawa placed his binding over Izuku's eyes, fully blocking his sight. When the demonstration began, Tamaki reached for Izuku with tentacle-like movements. Mirio phased and vanished, Nejire sent out an energy wave, and Ryukyu swung with a powerful strike. Izuku moved with precise, athletic motion. He jumped forward to evade Tamaki's reach, landed onto Ryukyu's hand to avoid a swipe, and backflipped to dodge Nejire's wave. Mirio reappeared behind him, and Izuku reappeared as well, touching Mirio's back lightly. Izuku asked if they were convinced, and Rocklock's shocked expression was taken as confirmation. Rocklock conceded and said he would believe the reports, but warned Izuku not to let them down. Night Eye shifted the meeting to their main concern. He reported that they had found Overhaul's hideout, but the more urgent issue was that the drags they had discovered had changed. Night Eye explained that while the drags had once only temporarily suppressed quirks, they now appeared able to erase quirks completely. The room reacted with alarm. Fat Gum said they had recovered a bullet and had it analyzed, and the analysis had produced a disturbing result. Aizawa asked what they had found, and Fat Gum said the bullets contained human blood. Ryukyu called the revelation disgusting. Izuku gasped and turned to Mirio in alarm at the implications. Night Eye asked if they knew more. Mirio suggested they might. Izuku recounted that on their way they had encountered Overhaul and a small girl who called herself Eri. Izuku said the girl had bumped into him, and Overhaul had appeared behind her. Izuku admitted that all his senses had urged him to grab her and run, but he had not because it would have jeopardized the mission. Ryukyu asked what Izuku had observed. Izuku described that Eri had been wrapped in bandages on her arms and legs. The group reacted with renewed concern as they considered whether she could be the source of the altered bullets or possess a quirk connected to the phenomenon. Night Eye concluded that they could not delay the mission any longer. He emphasized that the life of the little girl depended on swift action and that they had to acquire samples of the drag to search for a countermeasure. He scheduled the operation for 2 days later and ordered everyone to be ready. After the meeting, Izuku, Mirio, Tamaki, and Nejire left for UA. Night Eye praised Izuku's display and spoke with him privately. They formalized a work-study arrangement so Izuku could operate out of Night Eye's agency while continuing his hero work. Night Eye told Izuku to go home and prepare, warning that the mission might be a harsh first assignment but that they were counting on him. The days until the mission passed quickly. On the morning of the operation, Izuku, the Big Three, and the other heroes readied themselves a few streets away from Overhaul's hideout. Night Eye reminded them that once the assault began there would be no turning back. If they retreated, Overhaul would escape with the girl and it would be much harder to recover her. Izuku volunteered to take the lead. Rock Lock objected, questioning the idea of following someone he still considered a little kid. A police officer shouted in disbelief, and Izuku stiffened as a burst of energy radiated from his body. Izuku asked sharply if there was a problem, and the officer, clearly terrified, replied that there was none. Izuku admitted he might be a bit rough with doors and people in front of him. Aizawa reassured him that it was acceptable as long as nobody was killed. Night Eye ordered everyone to follow Izuku, and Izuku ran toward the hideout. The door exploded inward as a large villain appeared and taunted about the crowd. Izuku reacted instantly and kicked the man high into the air. Izuku called for Ryukyu and Nejire. They and several other heroes surrounded the area to handle the incoming threats. When a group of villains accused the heroes of intruding, Izuku urged everyone to keep moving forward. He vanished and then reappeared in front of the door, sending the villains stumbling, and then forced the door open. Night Eye announced that he would lead this part of the operation and explained that there was a secret hideout inside that required a passcode. He remembered it from using his quirk on one of the henchmen and unlocked the way. Izuku closed his eyes and offered to lead the way before running down the stairs. He paused briefly. Rock Lock wondered what he was doing, and Mirio explained that Izuku was searching. Mirio noted that Izuku could sense everything, but that the hideout must be a maze, so he was scanning for the targets. Izuku began running again with his eyes closed. He warned the others to be careful as the hallway started to shift and change. Izuku kept his eyes shut to maintain his awareness and detect any suspicious movement. At one moment he disappeared and then reappeared at a wall, breaking through as the walls themselves moved to attack. Izuku informed the team that their enemy was using the walls offensively and told everyone to be on guard. 3 more villains appeared. Tamaki told Izuku to keep going and that he would handle those attackers. Izuku acknowledged the warning and advanced. After running for a while, Izuku realized they were closing in on Overhaul and Eri, but the targets were on the move. Izuku observed that the villains had noticed the raid and the drag bullets, and Aizawa said they would need to hurry. Suddenly the ground opened beneath them. Izuku and Mirio managed to jump clear, but they were separated from the rest of the group. Night Eye instructed the team not to worry about them and to focus on getting Eri to safety and apprehending Overhaul. He urged the others to go while he and the remaining heroes would find their way. Izuku and Mirio pressed on toward Overhaul. They encountered 3 of Overhaul's henchmen, who were quickly overwhelmed by Izuku and Mirio as they pushed forward and reached Overhaul himself. Overhaul greeted them with sarcasm, implying the heroes were repeat annoyances. Izuku stated that they had come to take Overhaul in, secure the drags, and rescue Eri. Overhaul asked what made them think they could accomplish that, but Mirio replied confidently that they did not think they knew they could. Mirio disappeared into the ground and suddenly reappeared behind Overhaul, delivering a punch that pushed him away from Eri. Overhaul slammed the ground and jagged projectiles burst toward Mirio and Eri. Izuku reacted quickly, seizing Eri and avoiding the attack while Mirio retreated underground. Overhaul remarked on their speed. Mirio resurfaced and struck Overhaul again. Izuku reassured Mirio that he would keep Eri safe. The fight intensified. Overhaul redirected attacks toward Izuku and Eri, but Izuku dodged every strike with precise awareness. Mirio landed solid blows that had little effect. Suddenly a large figure fell through the ceiling along with Ryukyu, creating an interruption. Overhaul used the distraction to power up and began to change, absorbing or merging with the other villain in a way that shocked the heroes. Izuku watched in disbelief as Overhaul fused with the other figure. He moved quickly to hand Eri to Aizawa and Night Eye and kept his focus on Overhaul as the villain charged at Mirio. Izuku assessed that Overhaul had become fixated on Mirio and possibly on himself, and he warned Aizawa and Night Eye to take Eri and leave while they had the chance. Aizawa and Night Eye nodded and slipped away with Eri to safety. Izuku observed the renewed duel between Mirio and Overhaul. Mirio landed heavy hits, but they seemed to have little lasting effect. Overhaul attempted to grab Mirio, and the moment suggested a plan to Izuku. Mirio kicked Overhaul in the face, and Izuku followed up with a precise kick that staggered Overhaul. Izuku signaled that it was time to switch, and Mirio acknowledged before moving. Izuku launched himself at Overhaul, punching him in the gut, grabbing an arm, and throwing him through a hole where Ryukyu had landed earlier. He leaped after Overhaul and directed Ryukyu and Mirio to go through a nearby opening, noting that Night Eye, Aizawa, and Eri were just ahead in that direction. Then Izuku exited into a larger chamber. Outside, Izuku saw other heroes and spotted Nejire on the ground, breathing heavily and exhausted but not seriously injured. Izuku briefly worried that it might not have been wise to bring someone in such a condition into the thick of the raid. Nejire asked what Izuku was doing there and what the merging figure was, but Izuku ignored her question and concentrated on the fight with Overhaul. Overhaul declared that the heroes were a nuisance and that he would take them down, retrieve Eri, and ensure no one would stand in his way. He launched himself at Izuku, intent on finishing the confrontation. Overhaul threw a punch at Izuku, but Izuku blocked it with one hand. The force cracked the ground beneath him as he held his position. Izuku pushed Overhaul back, then leapt and kicked him in the stomach. Overhaul landed and shouted that he would not be beaten by a nobody and would not let his work be for nothing. He struck the ground, sending a wave of rock spikes toward Izuku. Izuku hesitated when he saw everyone behind him. He could not risk them being hit, so he became serious and punched the ground. The impact created a shockwave that shattered the incoming spikes. Izuku charged at Overhaul and unleashed a rapid barrage of strikes, finishing with a heavy blow to the chest that disrupted Overhaul's fused state and returned him to normal. Izuku threw Overhaul into the air, grabbed his leg, and slammed him back down, following up with a final strike that knocked Overhaul unconscious. Izuku opened his eyes and declared that it was over as Aizawa, Night Eye, Ryukyu, and Mirio arrived with the other heroes. Izuku approached Nejire to check on her. Nejire explained that she was all right. The other villain at the start had been draining their energy. Her eyes widened as she warned Izuku of another incoming attack. Even while unconscious, Overhaul activated his quirk and sent another surge toward them. Caught off guard and unable to dodge without leaving Nejire exposed, Izuku threw his body in front of her to shield her. Multiple rocky spikes struck him and he fell to his knees, wounded and in great pain. The heroes shouted his name and quickly restrained Overhaul with quirk sealing HNDCFFS. Medical personnel were already on the scene. They loaded Izuku into an ambulance and rushed him to the hospital. Mirio rode with him while Tamaki stayed with Nejire. At the hospital, the medical team worked swiftly. They removed the foreign matter, checked for internal damage, and treated his wounds. The procedure took several hours. Meanwhile, Nejire and Tamaki made their way to the hospital and waited anxiously in the hall with Mirio. Tamaki asked Mirio how Izuku was doing. Mirio explained that he did not know yet. The surgery had been ongoing for hours. Nejire added that she hoped he would be all right. When the door finally opened, Izuku walked out himself. Mirio reacted in shock at how casually Izuku had come out after hours in surgery. Izuku admitted that he was not acting like nothing had happened. It still hurt, and he lifted his shirt to show the bandages around his torso. He explained that the doctors had treated him and felt he was stable enough to be discharged. Tamaki marveled at Izuku's stubbornness, and Izuku smiled and thanked him. Izuku checked on Mirio, Nejire, and Tamaki. Mirio said he only had a few scratches. Nejire said her energy had been drained but she had recovered quite a bit over the past hours. Tamaki said he had been treated by a doctor earlier and was fine. Aizawa arrived with Night Eye and told them that the girl they had rescued was shaken and fearful after whatever Overhaul had done to her, but she was safe now. As Aizawa took a call, he relayed that All Might had informed them the police had captured IzukuxNejire from the League of Villains. The news left everyone stunned. Izuku remained unusually quiet. The others noticed his blank expression but did not press him. After a moment of silence, Izuku said he was going to rest at UA to recover. Nejire insisted on coming along, saying she was the one who always took care of him when something went wrong. She smiled and they headed to UA together. Back at UA, Class 1A was relieved to see Izuku safe. They had seen footage of the raid and had watched Izuku protect Nejire from the rocky spikes. Izuku reassured his classmates that he was fine and only needed some rest. They sat together and began talking about plans to unwind. Uraraka suggested swimming the next day and asked about using the school pool. Mirio and Tamaki arrived and asked if they could join. Uraraka was enthusiastic that more people would make it more fun. Ida wondered who would ask Aizawa for permission. Izuku volunteered to ask, and Kirishima, Todoroki, and Tokoyami offered to go with him. They went to the teacher's room where Aizawa and Vlad were present. Izuku asked Aizawa for permission to use the pool the next day. Aizawa, softer than usual given what they had all been through, granted permission and said they deserved a chance to relax. The students thanked him and returned to the dorm to share the news. Everyone cheered at the chance to finally relax for a bit. Kaminari explained that the big guy had agreed only because Izuku had asked and needed to rest. Izuku smiled and said it sounded nice and that he could finally relax. The big three stayed a bit longer to watch TV with Class 1A. Since Izuku was part of their group and Nejire was staying with him, they had been spending more time there. Mirio asked who was faster, Ida or Izuku. Ida admitted that even pushing his quirk to the limit he would only match Izuku's current pace and not his serious state speed, and he added that he had been increasing his speed lately and considered Izuku his rival in that regard. Azui observed that they all treated Izuku as a rival, and everyone nodded and laughed. Izuku enjoyed the camaraderie of his classmates. Kirishima reported that they had captured IzukuxNejire from the League of Villains. Mirio confirmed that Aizawa had given them the update right after the mission. Kirishima said that was good because the villains would no longer be able to appear out of nowhere or escape with that quirk again, and Mirio agreed. Izuku stood up and excused himself, saying he was going to bed early because he was really tired. Kaminari asked what was wrong. Mirio explained that Izuku had been distant since the mission. When he heard about IzukuxNejire he had gone blank and simply left without responding. Tamaki added that the behavior was unusual. Nejire decided to check on him. Nejire found Izuku asleep in his room, fully clothed with his legs on the floor. She thought he really was exhausted, tucked the blankets around him properly, changed into pajamas, and lay down beside him. She took his hand, rested her head on his chest, smiled, and fell asleep. They both woke early the next morning. Izuku noticed Nejire and thanked her for looking after him. Nejire said she had followed him and seen he was already asleep, and she smiled. They shared a quiet, affectionate moment and then got up. Uraraka knocked and asked if they were up. Nejire said they would come down shortly. Nejire made sure the door was locked for privacy, packed her swimwear and a towel, and Izuku packed his swim shorts and towel as well. They went downstairs and grabbed some food while waiting for the others. They were still waiting for Mina and Kaminari, who were slow to get moving. Izuku asked Jiro to wake them, and she agreed with a mischievous smirk. Shortly after, Mina and Kaminari were roused by Jiro's prank and came downstairs complaining. Jiro laughed at their groggy state and Izuku pretended he had nothing to do with it. They headed to the pool together. Izuku and the big three were the first to enter, and Izuku still had his bandages on. Kirishima suggested he remove them, and when Izuku did, The others reacted with surprise at the visible scars and at how hard he had been training and recovering. Some of the students flushed with embarrassment at the sudden reveal. Mirio teased that Nejire seemed stunned, and Izuku walked over and reassured her with a warm, friendly gesture that eased the awkwardness. Mineta looked nervous at the commotion. Izuku stepped between him and Nejire and warned Mineta firmly not to invade her space. Mineta backed away and the situation calmed. Izuku returned to Nejire at the poolside and felt a little flustered by how confident she looked in her swimwear, which made him blush. Mirio teased that Nejire had the same effect on Izuku as Izuku had on her. Izuku snapped out of his daze and asked how the water felt when Tamaki dipped his head in. Tamaki replied that it was very cold. Izuku suggested cooling everyone off after joking that he might have overwhelmed their senses, and the boys grinned. Class 1A worked together and playfully tossed the girls into the pool. Izuku grabbed Nejire and jumped in with her while Mirio grabbed Tamaki. Tamaki then used his quirk to sweep the others into the water as well. They all surfaced laughing. Nejire clambered onto Izuku's back and pouted that it had been unfair. Izuku admitted he had tried something to get a reaction, and Nejire protested that it had embarrassed her in front of everyone. She pushed him underwater in response. When they surfaced again, Nejire declared they would get their payback with some playful teasing, but she kept it light and friendly. Izuku asked for help, stammering his plea. Mineta asked to join, but Izuku excluded him, and the others laughed. Kirishima, Mirio, and Tamaki declined to get involved. Todoroki asked whether it was really so bad, and Ida told Izuku that he had brought this on himself. Izuku dove deep for a moment, then noticed Azui approaching. She caught his leg with her tongue and pulled him up, reminding him of her ability. The group hugged Izuku in celebration, patting him on the back and offering friendly congratulations. Nejire swam toward him with a mischievous smile, announcing it was time for payback. She closed in and gave him a quick, non-NTMT congratulatory hug, leaving Izuku surprised but smiling. They all relaxed and played for a while before Aizawa walked over and told them that it was already 5 o'clock and the pool was closing. Everyone was surprised at how much time had passed. They dried off, changed, and headed for the dorms, but Izuku was not with them. Ida noticed he had stopped changing, and Nejire received a text from Izuku saying he would be back later. Izuku was still at the school. He sneaked into his classroom, took his hero costume, and left his phone on the desk before slipping out of UA and running into the city. He moved quickly across rooftops toward the train station and rode into another city, eventually arriving at a deserted district. He scanned the area with his senses and noticed people inside a closed-off building. He used a nearby payphone to call the police and reported the location, then waited until he heard sirens before launching himself into the building. Inside, Tamura watched him arrive and noted that Izuku had come sooner than expected. Izuku moved through the space in a blur, quickly subduing most of the villains. Only Gaia, Bakago, and Tamura remained. Tamura observed that Izuku meant business. Izuku aimed a focused blast of air pressure at Shigaraki. When Bakago prepared an attack, Izuku used evasive movement and incapacitated him. Gaia asked if Izuku had heard about Kurojire's capture. Izuku confirmed he had, saying that was why he had come. He intended to deal with the League of Villains once and for all. The police burst into the room and ordered everyone to surrender. Izuku knocked Gaia clear of the immediate area, and the officers moved in to make arrests. Izuku told them to handle the prisoners while he pursued Gaia. They arrived at an open area with no hiding spots and little chance of collateral damage. Gaia noted that the location felt familiar, and Izuku agreed that it reminded him of their first encounter. Izuku asked Gaia if he was truly evil. Gaia answered that joining the League of Villains had been a choice to find the most challenging fight. He wanted to test himself against Izuku at full strength and had vowed that if Izuku could not beat him, the consequences would be severe. Izuku took a stance and prepared to face him. Izuku launched an air punch at Gaia, and Gaia countered with a fire strike that erupted into an explosion. Meanwhile at UA, Class 1A and the Big Three were still waiting for Izuku when the television switched to live news. The reporter announced that, thanks to an anonymous tip, the League of Villains had been arrested. The broadcast cut to a police officer who explained that officers had been dispatched to a location where a caller claimed there would be villains to arrest. When they arrived, they had seen a boy with green hair, dressed in a ninja-like outfit, subdue one person and tell them to make the arrests while he would handle the other. As the officer finished, another explosion sounded not far away. Nejire reacted with alarm at the description of a green-haired boy in a ninja-like outfit. Miria wondered aloud if it could really be him. The news then switched to helicopter footage flying toward the explosion, and when the camera zoomed in, everyone watching gasped. The footage showed Izuku standing opposite Gaia. Back on the scene, Gaia asked whether anyone else knew Izuku was there, noting he seemed to be alone and had only called the police to make arrests. Izuku explained that he was indeed alone, with no other heroes on site, and that if he had warned them about his plans they would have sent their best heroes and interfered. Gaia taunted that Izuku seemed to want to die alone. Izuku refused the notion and launched himself at Gaia, shouting that he was no longer the person he used to be. Gaia raised a wall from the ground, but Izuku smashed through it and landed a punch that sent Gaia tumbling through the pavement. Gaia admitted Izuku had improved and said he could no longer hold back. Flames burst from the earth beside Gaia and arced toward Izuku, who leapt aside to avoid them. Gaia hurled a fireball. Izuku dodged, but the projectile sped toward the news helicopter. Izuku leapt in front of the helicopter and redirected the fireball back at Gaia. Gaia countered with water summoned from the sewers, blocking the attack. Izuku fell from the sky and landed, and the dorm residents watching now recognized him up close. Izuku charged again. Water absorbed the incoming blow and slowed his strike, and two spikes erupted from the ground trying to impale him. As he recovered and tried to strike, his legs were frozen in place while a pillar wreathed in fire launched him through several buildings. He scrambled back to his feet and conceded that Gaia was strong. Gaia returned the compliment, and Izuku closed his eyes to shift into a more focused state, saying that he had been holding back as well. Gaia unleashed a tornado from his hand fused with ice, then fired a second tornado of fire. Izuku dodged, but the attacks tracked him. Spikes surged up behind Gaia and charged like Overhaul's technique. Even with his eyes closed, Izuku tuned into the smallest movements and managed to respond. A slow line of fire approached and expanded into a ring, but the attacks collided and cancelled each other out. Using smokescreen as a diversion, Izuku sent an air strike and then appeared behind Gaia. The surprise move staggered Gaia, and Izuku followed with a kick that launched Gaia into the air. Gaia immediately created razor-like air cuts that struck Izuku and caused him to reel. Breathing heavily, Gaia suggested finishing the fight. Izuku agreed and sprang onto a nearby building. Gaia charged and unleashed a tornado unlike any Izuku had seen before, a swirling pillar of earth surrounded by air and ice, with fire and water circling in a wild elemental fusion. Everyone watching the news, civilians, students, heroes, teachers, even All Might and Principal Nizu watched in stunned silence as the elemental vortex formed. Izuku drove himself into the tornado with everything he had, punching into the spinning mass. Their clash created a massive shockwave. After a tense struggle, Izuku broke through the vortex and struck Gaia in the chest with a powerful blow that generated a forceful explosion. When the smoke cleared, Izuku stood while Gaia lay in a crater. Izuku had won, but he was visibly battered, bruised, and covered in scrapes from the confrontation. He panted that he had won, and Gaia laughed in acknowledgement, admitting he had never expected to be defeated. Gaia rose, walked to Izuku, and extended his hand, saying he would keep his promise to join the hero's side. Izuku took the offered hand and shook it. An unseen voice then commented that it was a touching moment. They turned to see where the voice had come from and were immediately met by a sudden air cannon. Izuku moved to intercept the attack and struck at the incoming blast. Izuku shouted, and a man slowly floated down to the ground. The man identified himself as the leader of the League of Villains, calling himself All for One. A creature then landed nearby, making another crater, and All for One announced that it was a Nomu created to kill Izuku Midoriya. Izuku stood between All for One and the strange Nomu. The Nomu did not look like the others he had seen. It moved like a flowing coat, the best description Izuku could find. Gaia remained on the ground, panting, and Izuku was breathing hard as well. All for One offered Izuku a choice between facing them and dying, or running and letting everyone else be killed. The helicopter amplified the conversation so that people watching at home could hear the options. Izuku refused both choices and resolved to face them, insisting he did not intend to die. He closed his eyes, got serious, and took a stance. Gaia warned that the Nomu moved like Izuku and had been made to counter him at his best. Now that Izuku was worn out from his fight with Gaia, there was no telling what would happen. Izuku responded that the first time he faced Gaia he had known he had little chance and had faced him anyway. The microphone in the helicopter carried those words to the public. The Nomu suddenly charged from behind at incredible speed. Izuku barely managed to block, reacting to the first movement, but as he dodged the Nomu, All for One fired an air blast at him. Izuku deflected the blast, but the Nomu immediately punched him downward, creating a new crater. When the dust cleared, Izuku was coughing and struggling to rise, clearly hurt but still standing. All for One noted that Izuku still had some fight in him but argued that Izuku was already beaten by exhaustion. Izuku replied that Gaia knew what surprises he could pull at the last moments, and Gaia returned a smirk while muttering that Izuku was an idiot. Izuku focused and drew a deep breath to steady himself. Gaia suggested that because the Nomu moved like him, Izuku could anticipate its moves by imagining what he would do in its place. Izuku closed his eyes, stepped left as the Nomu charged past, backflipped when it attacked again, and kicked it in the head, sending it crashing into the ground. The Nomu rose and began a barrage, but Izuku dodged each strike, concentrating and predicting its movements. Aizawa watched and remarked that Izuku made fighting that Nomu look easy. Mike added that because the Nomu acted like Izuku, he could think of what he himself would do and even with his eyes closed, spot the smallest movements, making him the perfect opponent for such a creature. Izuku grabbed the Nomu's fists, drove his knee into its midsection, struck its neck with an elbow, and slammed it into the ground. All for One then appeared behind Izuku. Gaia shouted a warning, and Izuku spun around in shock, realizing he had been too focused on the Nomu to notice how close All for One had gotten. Before the attack could land, a gust of wind signaled another presence. All Might had arrived and knocked All for One back. All Might moved forward and asked after Izuku's condition. Izuku acknowledged All Might's help and, still closing his eyes to concentrate, turned and propelled himself toward the smoke where the Nomu was hidden. He struck its face with a harsh knee as its form emerged. All Might told Izuku to handle the Nomu while he took on All for One and stepped out of the crater to face the villain. All for One taunted All Might about his wounds and the mask he wore. All Might answered by pushing back, countering an air blast with a powerful Detroit smash. Gaia offered to help Izuku, but Izuku refused and told him to recover a bit more. The Nomu surged with increased speed, striking Izuku in the stomach and launching him high into the air, nearly brushing the helicopter. The Nomu reappeared and slammed Izuku back down, enlarging the crater with the impact. The Nomu charged again, but Izuku executed a jump roll and kicked it in the face. He grabbed the Nomu's arm, lifted it, and delivered a series of precise punches before finishing with a heavy blow that sent the Nomu flying close to the helicopter. Izuku then delivered an air punch that launched the Nomu even higher. Aware that the fight was being broadcast, Izuku requested that viewers at home take children away from their screens. He followed the Nomu into the air, grabbed its head, and drove his knee into it to stop its movements without causing gruesome harm. He secured the Nomu's arms, positioned himself behind it, and used his foot to leverage its head as they fell back toward the ground. Izuku fell with the Nomu beneath him. At the moment of contact, he pushed off to ensure the Nomu took the brunt of the landing while he avoided direct harm. The impact kicked up an enormous cloud of smoke. Gaia wondered aloud if he had gotten him. Izuku walked up holding his side and explained that he had, but it felt as if he had been hit by a train. They laughed together and turned to watch All Might's fight. All for One had grown two massive arms tipped with bone-like spears, one on each side as seen in the anime. All Might had reverted to his thin form, his shoulder the only part still holding some of his former strength. Both fighters were panting from exertion. Gaia observed that they looked evenly matched, But Izuku noted that All for One held the advantage and that the buffed arm was likely the last of All Might's remaining energy. All for One charged and they collided in a blast of force. All for One fired a powerful air cannon from his enlarged arm to power his strike, but All Might held his ground long enough that the two were launched apart. All Might fell onto his back in his skinny form, exhausted, and admitted that he had used up the last of One for All. Izuku realized that One for All was All Might's power just as All for One rushed in for a finishing blow. All for One declared victory and moved to strike, but Gaia suddenly raised pillars of earth toward All for One's midsection to stop him. Izuku followed up by striking All for One and knocking him back. All for One demanded to know why they kept interfering and noted that they had defeated his Nomu. He saw Izuku and Gaia now standing over All Might and acknowledged the situation. All Might, still on the ground, apologized that he had become too weak. Izuku reassured him that they would handle it, and Gaia nodded in agreement. All for One taunted that they were exhausted and asked what they could possibly do. Gaia replied that All for One was worn out too, and if they fought together he would not stand a chance. Izuku teased Gaia about fighting fair, prompting her to explain that she was no longer on her own. Izuku had beaten her before and, as promised, she had joined their side because this was a life-or-death situation. She had chosen to fight with them. All Might, grateful, gave his support from the ground. Izuku launched himself at All for One while Gaia created a defensive wall that absorbed an incoming air cannon. The wall vanished just as Izuku reached it, and he landed a solid punch on All for One. Gaia trapped All for One in a swirling tornado of wind and fire. When he tore through it, pillars of molten earth erupted around him from multiple directions. Izuku followed with a concussive air punch that forced All for One to retreat. All for One tried to block with a giant fist, but Izuku's power pushed him back, and Izuku retreated to Gaia with them both breathing heavily. All for One acknowledged how well they fought together and, in a flash, disappeared and reappeared beside the Nomu. Izuku alerted Gaia to stop him, and she immediately sent fiery pillars across the field, but they were destroyed before they could take full effect. The blast threw Izuku through the air. When Gaia turned, she saw a strange new form before her. All for One had fused with the Nomu Izuku had previously beaten. Izuku explained the fusion as he launched himself from a nearby building straight at the monstrous creature. He struck its arm and pushed it back, then attempted a kick that was caught. The creature seized Izuku's leg and slammed him into the ground near Gaia, sending him skidding and leaving a scorched trail where he had traveled. Gaia and All Might stared in shock as Izuku identified the enemy. He then asked Gaia about her range, reminding her that she was primarily a long-distance fighter. Gaia confirmed that while she could fight up close, she was stronger from a distance. Izuku requested that she try to amplify his attacks with her quirk. Gaia warned that it would require a high level of control and that a single mistake could amplify the blow in the wrong way, causing harm. Izuku, battered and numb from so many injuries, insisted they had to combine their powers to beat this opponent. Gaia agreed to try. Izuku readied himself, his arms surrounded by wind and fire as Gaia focused her control. As Izuku prepared to land the decisive strike, Gaia sent a series of erupting pillars into the creature's midsection to distract and unbalance it. The maneuver created an opening that allowed Izuku to deliver a powerful blow that sent All for One reeling. Izuku pursued and aimed a rock-covered kick at the creature's head, driving it into the ground. The fused enemy shoved Izuku away and swung a massive fist. Izuku formed a layered shield of fire, wind, and water that absorbed the impact. He grabbed the arm, pulled it in, vaulted over it, and drove a knee into the creature's face, forcing it back. Both heroes panted, feeling the strain of the prolonged fight. Gaia warned that while they were making progress, they risked exhausting themselves if they continued at that rate. Izuku asked All Might if he had enough strength left for one final, powerful blow. From the ground, All Might admitted that if he pushed himself he could deliver it, but doing so would cost him the ability to use that power again. After a moment of resolve, All Might said he would do it. He could not let them fail. He rose and, forcing his remaining strength into his form despite the smoke and strain, prepared to act. All Might told them he would create an opening. Once he instructed Gaia and Izuku to unleash their most powerful attacks together. They acknowledged the plan and braced themselves for the combined strike. Izuku charged at AFO as AFO unleashed a barrage. AFO blocked with his massive arms and, growing impatient, struck Izuku with a heavy punch that sent him flying. Izuku countered with a kick to AFO's face that threw the villain off balance. Izuku shouted a command as he slammed into a wall. Gaia summoned an elemental tornado at full power, the storm swirling with earth, fire, water, wind, and ice. All Might launched toward AFO while Izuku readied himself for another attack. The wall pushed against Izuku like a spring, propelling him outward. Izuku spun and threw a punch, but wind and fire covered him. Izuku thanked Gaia, and the three moved together. Gaia's elemental tornado, All Might's United States of Smash, and Izuku's flaming drill smash were launched in unison. The combined attacks struck AFO directly, producing an enormous explosion and a shockwave that left a thick smokescreen. When the smoke cleared, only two people still stood, Izuku and All Might. AFO lay defeated. All Might's muscular form faded and he collapsed onto his back. Izuku, panting heavily and wounded from his fights with Gaia, the Nomu and AFO, turned and saw Gaia on the ground. He lifted All Might and brought him to Gaia, laying All Might beside him. Gaia admitted that it had been one intense fight he would not want to repeat. Izuku agreed, though he was bleeding from the damage he had sustained. He said his body felt like it might break at any moment, but All Might joked that at least he could still stand, and they shared a short laugh. A number of pro-heroes arrived: Endeavor, Gang Orca, Edge Shot, and the recently famous Hawks, among others. Gang Orca expressed admiration for how fiercely Izuku, All Might, and Gaia had fought. Edge Shot added that they had orders to take Gaia away. Izuku stepped in front of Gaia, placing himself between Gaia and the arriving pros. He explained that Gaia had saved people and had effectively become a hero in his actions. Gaia had even agreed to the terms they had discussed and had helped take down the strongest villain. Izuku declared that he would not allow anyone to take Gaia away. The heroes and the crowd watching on television heard his defense. Nizu and the teachers watched and smiled, worried about Izuku's condition but proud that he was defending Gaia. Gang Orca said he had been prepared to face Izuku in the license exam but admitted respect for Izuku's power and stated he did not wish to fight him. Izuku replied that he had already had more than his fill of fights that day, yet he would continue to stand and fight to protect his friends, family, and loved ones. He explained that, in his view, Gaia had sided with the villains only to face Izuku at his strongest. Gaia had not killed anyone and had saved him and others on multiple occasions. Izuku emphasized that Gaia had risked his life during the recent battle and that their rivalry had grown into a bond strong enough to risk everything for. Izuku said he would prefer not to fight the pros, but if they insisted, he would not back down. He closed his eyes, adopted a stance, and became serious. Gaia smiled and called him an idiot, but not unkindly. All Might encouraged Gaia, suggesting that once Izuku got through this, they should all go to UA together. Gaia agreed, and Izuku smiled at the idea. Hawks questioned whether anyone really wanted to fight Izuku in his exhausted state. All Might defended Izuku's resilience, recounting how Izuku had rescued a girl on his first day, defeated a Nomu designed to kill All Might, and continued fighting through terrible injuries. All Might said Izuku always managed to push through. Even when his body was near breaking, he would not stop until he achieved his goals. Gaia added that in their first fight Izuku had been barely able to stand, yet when fighting for his friends and loved ones he found power enough to break through defenses. Endeavor stepped forward with a smirk and warned that anyone obstructing his orders would be his enemy. He launched at Izuku with a flaming fist. Izuku grabbed Endeavor's fist and pushed him back with surprising ease, then kicked him away. Izuku took a deep breath and stood with his eyes closed. Endeavor attacked again, his punch cloaked in fire, but Izuku tilted his head at the last moment and narrowly avoided the blow. Endeavor's fire shot past. Izuku delivered a heavy blow to Endeavor's stomach and then jumped, driving a powerful kick that sent Endeavor crashing unconscious into a wall. Hawks expressed amazement at the display. Gang Orca charged at Izuku while Edge Shot tried to slip past to grab Gaia. Izuku's sound waves had no effect on him. Instead he leapt, spun, and kicked Edge Shot away from Gaia. As he landed he vaulted back and struck Gang Orca in the midsection in a clean, decisive move that sent the hero stumbling. Everyone watching the broadcast, including All Might and Gaia, reacted with amazement. Hawks approached slowly with his hands raised, making it clear he did not intend to fight. Hawks explained that he had no intention of starting a fight. Izuku told him that if Hawks tried anything he would not hold back. Hawks admitted he had no desire to clash after what he had seen and questioned the orders to detain someone who had not clearly done wrong and had even saved lives. Hawks pointed out that the concern among the authorities was that Gaia might become a threat again. Izuku insisted that Gaia was not a villain but a hero, and Hawks said he and the others deserved treatment. Hawks offered to help All Might while asking Izuku to take Gaia to medical care. Izuku stayed with Gaia, remaining on guard in case anyone tried to take him away. Gaia rested in a hospital bed. When Hawks entered he suggested Izuku rest and have his wounds healed. Izuku explained that someone had already closed his wounds and stopped the bleeding, and that he would rest properly once they returned to UA with All Might and Gaia. Hawks told Izuku he would guard the door. Izuku pressed Hawks for why he had acted the way he did after being ordered to capture Gaia. Hawks said it had not felt right to detain someone who had done so much to help, and he recounted how Gaia had saved Izuku and others during the conflict. Hawks said the authorities feared Gaia because of his past associations. Izuku promised that if Gaia ever turned to villainy he would stop him, but until Gaia actually did something wrong, Izuku would not allow anyone to lock him away. Hawks asked Izuku to give his word that he would look after Gaia and handle things if Gaia went astray. Izuku gave that promise. Hawks then put a call on speaker. The man on the phone confirmed that he had heard everything and declared Gaia free, placing responsibility on Izuku to look after him and to be held accountable if anything went wrong. Principal Nizu entered with a smile and added that Gaia would not only be free but also welcomed as a member of UA. Izuku smiled at the principal. Gaia woke and thanked them both. Nizu invited Izuku and Gaia to return to UA so Izuku could get some rest and reunite with the others who were worried. The four of them, Izuku, Gaia, All Might, and Nizu, left together and took a taxi back toward UA. On the drive home, Nizu told Izuku that he was proud of him. During the ride, Izuku began to show clear signs of exhaustion. His body had been pushed far beyond its limits and he was panting and pale. All Might urged him to rest, and Izuku said he would once they arrived because he needed to see Recovery Girl about his injuries. He admitted that some of his wounds had reopened after he continued pushing himself. Gaia scolded him for pushing his body too hard but remained worried. When they reached UA, Izuku stepped out of the taxi and was greeted by Nejire rushing toward him, followed by the others. Nejire attempted to tackle him in relief, but Gaia gently blocked her so they could move him carefully. Izuku had begun to slump forward from fatigue. The other students expressed alarm and concern, and Mirio asked if Izuku had been treated after the earlier fighting. Gaia explained that Izuku had stayed by his side instead of going for treatment when someone else had tried to take Gaia away, and although Izuku had closed his wounds once, some had reopened because he had been pushing himself so hard. Gaia and Kirishima helped carry Izuku into Recovery Girl's office. Recovery Girl expected as much and instructed them to lay him down. She said she had seen the fight earlier and already suspected that he would push himself until he broke, then set about cleaning and closing his wounds in a calm, efficient manner. Nejire entered as well and, looking at Izuku, scolded him gently for disappearing and making everyone worry. Gaia observed what had happened and quietly confirmed his understanding of Izuku's choices and resolve. Gaia explained that he had come alone because telling anyone would have brought complications and interfered with their fight. He admitted, however, that he had simply slipped out of school without telling anyone. Nejire added that they had been swimming in the school pool and that Gaia had disappeared afterward. She said they had been worried and waited at the dorm, then saw the news about the arrest of the League of Villains. A helicopter had filmed the fight, and they had followed events from there. Gaia acknowledged seeing the helicopter but had not expected it to film them. Nejire smiled and bowed, saying she and the others had heard what had been said about Izuku and how Gaia had helped him, and thanking him for it. She still complained that Izuku had worried them terribly. Gaia pointed out that Izuku had not wanted to worry anyone, which was why he had kept his plan to raid the League of Villains' hideout secret. Gaia explained that Izuku would have pushed people away to face the threat alone and that against the Nomu and All for One there would have been nothing they could do. Gaia reminded them that All Might had nearly been killed and that Izuku and he had only turned the tide by arriving at the last second and using their most powerful moves together. He added that if Nejire had been there, the villains would likely have targeted her to get to Izuku. Nejire conceded that Gaia was right but repeated that Izuku's recklessness worried her. She then moved to Izuku and placed a gentle, affectionate hand on his head, calling him her Izuku. Gaia smiled and told her that Izuku was lucky to have her. Izuku replied that he was the lucky one. He had been saved on his first day, and Nejire confirmed that she had to stay close for both work and companionship. Nejire then recounted how she had been captured and how Mirio and Tamaki had attempted multiple rescues that had failed. She described Izuku's rescue, his protection of her, and how he had fought a Nomu designed to kill All Might while his body was at its breaking point. She explained how they had found him after he had fought through a villain hideout and mentioned that Izuku's mother had died. Gaia listened and reflected that he had not realized everything Izuku had endured, and concluded that those hardships were part of why Izuku had become so strong. Gaia admitted that his own power had always been great, but he had never had friends or family to fight for until now. Izuku, opening his eyes, told them that Gaia did have friends and family now. Nejire brightened, smiling, and affirmed that after everything they had been through the group had formed a bond strong enough to risk everything for one another. Izuku said that for him they were already friends and a new family. Nejire sat beside him and Izuku put an arm around her as both smiled at Gaia. Gaia thanked Izuku, and Izuku replied that Nejire thought the same. He added that their other classmates would too, and at that moment the door opened. Kirishima announced their support and greeted Gaia as a brother, welcoming him into the family. Gaia responded with a big smile and gratitude. Izuku took a week to recover. Gaia officially joined UA and took the place left by Bakugo. He had to adjust to life at UA after being accustomed to solitude. Some higher-ups eyed Gaia warily because of his past association with the League of Villains, but Izuku and Mirio quickly defused that tension. The Big Three in Class 1A consistently supported Gaia. Izuku began his work studies at the Night Eye Agency. The following year, the Big Three graduated. Nejire moved into her own apartment in the city, and Izuku lived with her so she could stay close for both personal and professional reasons while also remaining affiliated with Ryukyu's agency. That year Gaia passed his provisional license exam and was invited to work at Night Eye's agency alongside Izuku and Mirio, forming a new legendary trio. Mirio remained the closest to being number one among the more conventional heroes, while Izuku and Gaia had powers that set them apart. Mirio kept pace with them, and the three developed coordinated combination moves. The number of villain incidents dropped significantly after Izuku, Gaia, and All Might brought down All for One. Overhaul and his followers were arrested, and the League of Villains was dismantled. A few powerful solo villains remained but were handled by the new Big Three and their allies. Tamaki continued to work with Fat Gum and joined forces with Ryukyu and Fat Gum for missions when Night Eye requested collaboration. The team of Izuku, Tamaki, Mirio, Nejire, and Gaia became known as an unstoppable force. When Izuku and Gaia graduated, they and several others formed one large agency that included Izuku, Mirio, Nejire, Tamaki, Gaia, and classmates like Kirishima, Todoroki, Kendo, Momo, and Shoji, plus several members from Class B. The agency quickly rose to the top thanks to its roster of famous heroes. Ryukyu, Fat Gum, and Night Eye were proud to see their students start a highly ranked, successful agency. Occasionally their help was requested abroad, and over time the agency and its members gained worldwide recognition. Izuku and Gaia were ranked the world's number 1 and 2 heroes. Even after all that time, Izuku and Nejire remained together, never intending to part from each other's side. Life moved forward quietly as they continued the work they believed in.